The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You passed up a bag full of material with a sifter. This prize package was brought to us by Manual Sifters of Tampa Bay. Call 813-555-SIFT for all of your sifting needs. This prize will provide you hours of endless entertainment at home as you bore your friends with the stories of how you sifted through material and pulled out all the rocks.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome. Today is Friday, which not only is kick-ass because it's Friday, but of course, Lummy, the great, legendary Gene Lasker.
T-shirt will, $20.
Lasker Fridays.
Hey, I'm really appreciative of the money that gets sent on my day because my rednecks all hang out together. But I need some thumbs up from you guys. I want to see a thumbs up day.
Lasker's been listening to the show. Realize that we have like this thumbs up competition.
Them other guys are weak, man. They don't got my people like I got.
Them other guys are weak. They don't got my people like I got.
That's right.
Whatever that means. That's Gene Lasker talk. And so I'm sure that you
I'm not computer savvy enough to know why we got thumbs up and all that bull.
No, you have no loading.
I want some.
Let me tell you something. I don't know anything about how you get the thumbs up, what the thumbs up mean, but I want some. Because I got these nerds in here just nailing it on the thumbs up, and I represent the real man out there. I represent the man that's driving an F-350 Ford to work right now.
That's right.
He's a welder.
I represent the regular people.
He's a construction guy. He's a mechanic. He works, heavy equipment. He works on a roof. That's the real man out there. And plus, did I tell you that I got this really kick-ass black guy that works for me? And he's such a kick-ass black guy that I gave him a $100 bill one day. Just right out of my pocket. I think I do the best Gene Lasker. I think, you know what? Let me out all my impersonations, which I'm not a good impersonating kind of guy.
You're good.
I think I do a decent. Here's my thing. I think I do a decent. I say a 5 out of a 10. Kushner, you're an executive producer, a gauger of talent. I'm not even going to ask Lummy because Lummy is just going to say I do a 10 on everything. And so it's just you and I.
No, there's one that you don't do well.
Well, you're not going to tell me.
I'll tell you.
All right, which one is it then, boy?
Boy,
I think you do the Dion one great. I think you do the Trump one great. The one you do with me sucks.
Well, I mean, okay.
See?
Say, okay, so that
was good, Lummy. You should be more honest sometimes.
Yeah, you should.
Does it feel good? Like, you should just...
No, I feel like he's going to beat me down.
He feels like a battered woman that wants to go stand in the corner. So, Kushner, this is you and I dancing. You've been with this show long enough. You know my really horrible impersonations. I would say
I'm a two-time show member of the Bubba Army.
Well, you are. You're a retread. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. That stings, but I got you.
Came out. Hold on.
Man, I'm like 7. Who are you?
Yeah, Gene, you know what, Gene? You might be, honest to God.
He's the Ric Flair of this thing.
Oh, my God, he is.
I've been fired way more times than anybody.
He's been fired and quit.
Yeah, both.
Probably, I'd say 7 times.
At least.
At least. I quit. You got some horror in here.
One time was 2 times in 1 week.
Yeah. Anyway, Gene.
He got fired on a Monday and then got quit on Thursday.
He got fired on a Monday.
And it was let back.
So listen, I can remember this like it was nothing. He got fired on, this is when we were on Sirius XM. He got fired on a Monday. He came in, got fired. Then we talked about it like on Tuesday. And he goes, hey, let me tell you something. I'll just come back on Friday, okay? Just, hey, Lasker's back.
Let's break in.
And I'll just say, I'm a little bit sorry about it, okay?
Because it was over me not doing homework. I don't do homework.
Well, we were all doing something bit related, and you blew it off. And so I told you to leave, and you're like, you don't have to tell me to leave because I quit. I'm like, good. So we reconciled our differences, and Gene's like, I'm just going to come back Monday and say, hey, Sponge, sorry about it. Can I come back? And so I said, yeah. And by the end of the show, he'd gotten himself fired again. And then we went like a year without talking.
Yeah, it was probably because I say things that everybody else wants to say, but they don't.
As he eats his banana. So this is between me and Seth. Seth is a retread. He's been. I don't think the first time, Seth, though, I don't think you've ever been fired. I think you quit.
Yeah.
Right. You got offered a better job, and more money, and you quit. But I think in today's world, I think with what you're making now. And your freedom to do other things, I think you're looking with Brian. If we were to be intellectually honest, I think that's the first one of the day today, by the way, Lummy. I think if we were to be transparent, that I think you're working on a couple other things outside of the show that I wouldn't have. Listen, I don't have a problem as long as you get your work done here. I don't have a problem with you having another job or got another side hustle or any of that. I've never had a problem with that. So
can't open up another track though.
I don't think Seth's opened up Seth Raceway Park.
I'm still looking for investors, Gene.
Right. So anyway, I don't think like this is your main job, and if it'd have to be a lot of money. A lot more money, like, 50% more than you're making now to lure you away from your main job.
Yeah, I think someone offered me $30,000, it'd be hard to turn down.
Oh, man.
I mean, his 16.5 only goes so far, right, Seth? I mean, right?
It's getting tougher with the tariffs, man.
Thank God that Phoebe's got, works 2 extra jobs, and Sammy's hustling on the lamb and lemonade stand.
It's $42 for some avocado toast now,
right.
Bubba. I'm screwed.
So anyway, I think with regards to my impersonations, I'm just going to let you be the judge of them, and we can kind of go through them. But I think that, like, my Donald Trump is marginal. I think my Dion is marginal. I think my Gene Lasker is my best one of all. And what other?
Bill Clinton.
Sumo.
And Bill Clinton.
Sumo. I think Sumo's pretty good.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton's 5.
Oh, you little rascal.
Wait, John, I can't believe you got now I sound like Sumo. Everything always kind of turns into Sumo. You notice that? Except for Gene Lasker. Gene Lasker is the only one that doesn't turn into Sumo. So would you say, as an executive producer and having the most radio experience around here, that my impersonation, I'm not a very good impersonator. Like, that's not my gig.
Yeah, but you can do it well enough to either,
to make it sound like a different noise out of your mouth.
Yeah.
to fool us, or for us to, think that you're incompetent of doing voices. Either way, it's very solid.
Oh, I do a Denzel. Hey, babe,
Yeah.
I'm famished. Denzel used to literally roll into town when I was in the Power Pig, and I have somebody pick him up at the airport, Cowhead or Guido or somebody, and he'd get to the station. Of course, he hadn't eaten for 3 or 4 hours. Hey, babe, I'm famished. When's the girls coming over? That's all he cared about was food and poppy double sop yop. So, yeah, I think my impersonations are good enough for you to understand that I'm talking about the person that I'm trying to impersonate, but they're so bad that they almost might be borderline funny.
I think the genesis of all your impressions are from Dion and Tuttle, and I think they all go from there.
Hey, Bubba, it's Tuttle. I just want to let you know that I'm really kayfabing the me and Krista deal. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Good, boy.
We are really having a lot of sex, but I'm afraid the Bubba Army will run her off, and so I'm really trying to downplay what we're doing. Right?
I think that's really, really good.
We're just friends. That's okay, I guess.
That's good.
Lemmy, do you do impersonations?
Yeah.
What? Which ones do you do? You do me. I think everybody does me.
Yeah, Gene, how about that?
No, hold on. That sounds like Gene with no tongue.
I'll
banana.
hold my tongue, How about that?
That's a horrible asker.
That's a horrible.
That's a horrible
That's
asker.
a great try, though, Lummy.
Good. I mean, great.
Yeah, macho man.
Okay, that's pretty
That
good.
works.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
That's about it.
Do your Bubba now.
Mom, you're so stupid. You're so fat, stupid looking.
That's the fat Bubba. That was
it's a
way back in the
jowled-up
day,
one.
Bubba.
Yeah.
the jowl.
I'm sorry.
Hey, go back to the famished thing. What does that mean?
Famished?
Yeah, is that hungry or
Yeah.
tired?
No, famished is hungry.
It's hungry.
Yeah. Famished is hungry. Maybe we should start a new game since everybody likes the Brian Petroni games. Maybe we should do a game each week with Gene on like either pop culture or like the meanings of words. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Like I'd be like, Gene, the word is famished. Famished. Famished.
Sounds like you finished with a sandwich.
Sounds like, well, it kind of. You were probably famished prior to the sandwich, and now that you're done, are you on a diet?
Yeah.
I can tell. Hold on, don't give me a number. It looks like you've lost about 10 pounds.
7.
Really? Good for you.
Look at that.
Look at him. Thank you.
I'm doing that shot. $300 a month shot.
Oh, that Ozempic deal?
Yeah, man.
Does it
whoops
work?
your butt. Yeah, it keeps you. I'm looking at my donut like I don't want it,
But you do.
but I would eat it. But it's like my banana. I wanted it, and I took 2 bites, and I don't want no more.
Seth, can you resend me?
So that's what that food thing shot does.
Seth, can you resend me the thing? Because I didn't accept it fast enough. So I think you have to. Okay, there you go.
What thing? No, I sent you something else. What thing did you need?
I don't know. It said that I was supposed to accept a picture from you.
Oh, I just sent it. This is a picture of John Bird from Over the Line who's trying to fight Tuttle. This is how he showed up to the show yesterday.
Now hold on here.
If that's real, that's wow.
That's real.
Yeah. Now hold on. Is everybody looking at what I'm looking at?
It's kind of hard not to.
I mean, like, okay. Let me just say this: the thing that's in the baby blue section.
Yeah.
It's not real.
You
know what I'm saying?
I mean,
They say
Seth,
62s have bigger things.
What say you, Seth? The baby blue section.
Dude can only get fat girls.
And I don't even want to take my arrow here and circle it in fear of I don't. Well, I mean, you can't get in trouble, but is that real?
Well, I mean, I didn't get into the nuts and bolts exactly of what's real, what's not.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. But to me, it looks very authentic.
Wow.
Bubba, they do say 62s have like a
Yeah, just say it. Large ones.
large ones.
And then what is he, a 62? What is he?
Well, a
say?
62 Gene. When we say somebody's a 62, that
Yeah.
means they're
Old?
No,
Bam, bam, bam.
I don't even want you to start guessing words because it could potentially get us in trouble. So a 62. Remember Rusty, your Rusty guy?
Yeah.
How he was a little on the spectrum.
Yeah.
There.
Oh, okay.
So
I got you.
Rusty would be a 62.
See, okay, good.
Functional, but not that smart.
Right.
Borderline.
Definitely got a problem.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
So, see, Gino. So this guy's supposedly a 62. And he has problems with Tuttle. Now, this guy participates in a podcast that's heard on our podcasting network called Over the Line. And he's kind of like their third wheel. They got 2 dudes in there that are, really good radio guys or content guys. And then they bring this guy in for like the bam, bam, bam.
I think he was Andrew's producer for a while, but the company fired him.
Right. So, wow. So this is him, and he hates Tuttle for some reason. He has a problem with Tuttle, and he wants to get into a slap fight. Gene, have you seen that slap fighting?
Where they just slap each other? One slaps one and one slaps the other?
They stand there at the podium and hold like a
People get knocked out.
And they hold like a pool noodle.
Oh, no. I didn't. What a pool noodle for what?
And let me, why do they hold a pool noodle? Is that to like keep your shoulders a certain way or something like that?
Yeah, keep your hands down.
Yeah, Gene, you've not seen them? They always.
I didn't notice the pool noodle.
They either hold like a towel, or the person that's getting slapped holds like a. Maybe let me. You can send me a.
I thought they had like two handle grips on the table.
No. You don't want that because that makes your body more rigid and your body takes more of the slap.
Right.
Whereas if your body's not holding something, it can kind of go with the slap.
Your muscles on your neck,
it's like
not
a tie
holding your
down.
head.
It's like a tie down or an easy up.
Yep.
I sent you the top 10.
You don't want a tie
knockouts.
down, Gene. You know, because it just ties you right down.
Right.
But an easy up. You sent me. What'd you send me?
The top 10 knockouts.
Oh, okay. Here we go. So now this guy here that the guy that we just sent a picture of with supposedly a very large. Well, let's just say it. It looked like he had a very large penis.
Yes.
And
very impressive.
Now this, I'm sorry, Dan, Gene. This is what. Now it's got its Dana White and UFC. It's my understanding.
He's doing that?
Well, he owns it.
Oh.
This is a subsidiary of UFC.
Yeah.
Or he's a major investor in it or something like that. And I think a lot of their stuff, like their pay-per-views and a lot of their content is exclusively distributed through Rumble.
Yes, Power Slap.
So Gene, the sanctioning body, like they got NFL, Major League Baseball, it's called Power Slap. Like WWE.
Yeah.
So it's called Power Slap. Here it is. This is it. So this is the top knockouts of 2024, Lummy?
Yes.
People have been talking about that, of course, strengthening the jaw as well.
Right on three.
Now, if you can see, Gene, this guy here, he's the guy that's getting slapped, and he's got it's a pool noodle. They make him hold it, and I think it's so that, I don't know what it's for. Maybe, Lummy, you can maybe you can Google why the Power Slap guys have to hold on to something. Now, Gene, here's the thing. There's all kinds of rules involved. So, if this guy is getting ready to slap you and this dude here, he flinches just a little bit, kind of moves, they call that a flinch. And then this guy gets another slap. Usually the slaps just go back and forth. I slap you, you slap me, we keep going around.
Until what? Somebody quits?
Until somebody quits or gets knocked out. Here we go.
Right on three.
Second strike for
One.
Trujillo.
2. Let him go. He's done. 2, 3, 4.
He ain't getting up.
Trujillo saying night night.
6.
Yeah, he's got
7. 8.
Yeah, but he's wobbly. Come on.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
He's trying hard.
He's knocked out.
He's knocked out.
That's it.
That's it.
The real deal does it
He
again.
doesn't even know what he's looking at. Where am I?
Once again, 4 knockouts in a row. The real deal for a reason.
Oh, he doesn't even know where he's at right now.
No.
I got you, bro.
All right, let me so
He ain't all that big, the little Mexican.
let me they show I think they go the
Brought to you by Monster Energy.
this is the instance. This is the super slow-mo. Watch this.
Unleash the beast.
There it is, legal slap right up.
Gene, look at your face.
Wow.
How it just
See his
reverberates.
hands?
Yeah, look
Look
at
at
it.
that. Boom.
It is
That's
legal
a slap.
slap right on the button on the kisser. And Dallas Marin
The impact that his
still
hand took. You see
conscious,
that?
Watch this,
but
watch this,
not
watch
on his
this.
feet. Look at the wind up there. Nice technique there from Trujillo.
Yeah, man, it's right
Lummy,
next to your temple. It's probably
do-
not that good.
I can
on
never
you.
do this, Gene Lummy, because I would go right into the front row. I'd fall into the front row and take out half everybody
Right
in the front
down.
row.
I mean, look at that.
All right, so here we go.
You have never seen
So they just they could.
Too bad he won't be here next year.
Hold on, here we go.
Hand count.
Here we go, Gene. Here's another one. Power Slap 7. The Bell versus Ryan Phillips.
Right hand. Damien DeBell.
You must
do a
measure.
little torso
Right hand.
twist.
And see, Gene, how they hold like a bat or they hold something back
Well,
there.
if your hands are way down like this, you have no way to make neck muscles.
They call it a power
tight.
slapstick.
Okay.
And they just have it so like a way to not flinch and keep your body
right.
how it is.
3.
They've probably, through a doctor, determined if you're holding something like that, it's maybe a little bit more healthy for you. I don't know.
Trying to generate.
That's your measure.
Now, let me.
Look at this guy.
If I had this big black guy with this big long reach and all that leverage,
His fingers are in the ear, man.
I would just fall over right
Yeah.
now. I'd just fall over. I would just fall over.
A little more power than he has in his
1.
previous strikes.
2.
Here goes the champ.
Why did he hold his breath like that?
Oh, hold on. And he is out.
Is this going to take off?
What's
Do
that?
you think this is going to take off?
I
Do you think it's going to be mainstream ever?
I think it's already. I think it's already.
It's
taken-
kind of more humane than the ring fighting.
I think-
where they beat him to a pulp.
I think Seth, that it's already taken off. I think that they do pretty good. Like
no, people. I mean, I'm talking like people aren't gathering around on Saturday nights when this is a pay-per-view.
they are.
Who?
I'll watch it the next
See,
time.
Gene Lasker people.
I'll tell you the two things that really are the two newest combative sports that people are really kind of starting to get into is this power slapping and then bare knuckle fighting.
Oh yeah.
Gene, have you seen any of that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Where they fight with no gloves. They just literally fight like boxing with just their hands taped.
That's gotta hurt.
And oh my! Send me like a best of bare knuckle fighting knockouts, and so Gene can see this.
Nothing on their hands.
Just tape.
Oh,
And that tape is actually, it would be better. I think they just tape your hands so that you don't cut your knuckles
So your skin don't rip.
when you're smashing a guy. But in actuality, that tape's got a little texture to it.
Yeah, so
and
it's gonna
it probably hurts the dude that's getting hit, more so than
dude, I don't want to fight that guy.
No,
I have to shoot at him.
Gene, you're bringing your gun out of your
You
trunk?
have to.
What, you bring your
What
gun
are
out
you
of
gonna
your-
do with that
Hold
guy?
on, Gene. You go there and you bring your gun out of your trunks and you just shoot him?
Don't go there.
Watch this. So it'll show you some of the...
That's a Greg Hardy. Former NFL.
And you wouldn't believe, like, you don't have to get that good of a hit on a guy when you don't have any padding on. Like not like
because it's the knuckles.
It's just straight knucks.
Yeah.
And so like, if you got a 12-ounce glove on, that hit equates, way differently than if a guy has just his hands taped. And as you can see,
Wow, look at his eye.
We had one of the fighters on the show before. He choked me out pretty good. It was Houston Alexander.
There we go.
Frazier looks like he's just waiting for that right hand. He's got it cocked.
So Gene, you will see that they don't even have, they have their wrists taped.
Yeah, he don't got nothing on.
Yeah, they're just bare knuckle fighting. This and the slap deal is really taking off.
He's ready to go. Ready for that to explode. Ooh.
Big overhand right lands from David Round and another right hand.
Gene, it's just like bar fighting.
Yeah, it's like bar fighting,
It's
but-
just like bar fighting. Less the bar.
Goes Terry Brazier
Look at
for the
this.
second time in this fight.
And Brazier keeps standing there with that left hand down, and that's what happened right there. Got knocked out from it.
This fight is over, and the victory for David Round in round number 3. This right now is the range that Caleb Harris wants on the outside. There's the left hand, another left hand. Big shots from Caleb Harris. Right hand again. Andrew Glenn nearly won.
Oh, did you see
So
that
it's just boxing only, right? And you can't grab the guy.
There's no
knee to his head.
No, there's no knees. There's no kicking. There's no taking them down. It's just straight barroom fisticuffs. Watch this hit right here. Watch this one.
Harris is looking fantastic right now, standing in those rings. And Kelly's hurt right now. He's got to do something right away.
Back in the day, they had that. Remember when anybody could fight? You could sign up that day.
Tough Man.
Yeah.
It was called Tough Man. Remember?
Yep.
Yeah, Tough Man. So let me. I started, and I think Seth might like it because he likes sports. And I think it's loosely kind of maybe loosely knit around Jeannie Buss and the Lakers. Remember the Lakers? Dr. Jerry Buss owned the Lakers when he turned the Lakers around with the Magic Johnson draft.
Yeah, are you watching Showtime?
Right, and it was called Welcome, and the Lakers then during the 80s with Magic, it was called Showtime.
Yeah.
They had James Worthy, and they had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and they had Magic Johnson, and they had Michael Cooper, and they had all the dudes, and it was like the first run and gun. Like they didn't inbounds the ball and try to walk it up. They tried to pass it as far as they could and make the game as fast as it could be because they were so fast at dunking and throwing and all kind of stuff. Well, Then Dr. Jerry Buss either died or became where he was too old where he couldn't run the Lakers, and I think he then relinquished power over to his daughter Jeannie Buss. And at one time when Phil Jackson was the coach of the Lakers, Jeannie Buss and him I think were engaged.
Yes,
I think they were engaged. I never got married, but they were engaged. And so there were years, lots of years. How long did Phil Jackson coach? He coached the Lakers to at least 3 championships, didn't he?
Yeah. Was it 3 or 4? Was it more than that?
Yeah. And he was right there in the middle of Showtime. And so he started as the coach of the Lakers. I think Phil Jackson, I think he initially was a player for the Knicks.
Yeah.
And then he went on, and I think his first job might have been an assistant for the Knicks, I think.
The Nets.
And then I think his first head coaching job, the Bulls?
Yes.
And then he took the Bulls to what, 6?
Yeah.
6 championships. Then took a couple years off and stayed at his ranch in Montana and kind of just did Phil Jackson Zen type stuff. And then I think the Lakers brought him into L.A. I think that's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, he took 1 or 2 years off.
Right. And then he started dating Jeannie Buss, and I think that's when she was in charge of the team. And it really, honest to God, him dating her never really upset the power structure or the pecking order or anything because they kept winning championships.
He won 5 with the Lakers.
And how many with the Bulls? 6?
6.
11 total?
Yeah.
Probably next to Red Auerbach, that's probably the most ever. Who are the all-time championship winning coaches in the NBA? Has to be Red Auerbach for Boston. I'm thinking Phil Jackson's got to be 2, or at least.
No, he's got to be 2.
Can you look it up?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
I bet you Gene knows nothing about the NBA.
I don't even know what it means.
What?
Hold on. You don't know what the Let's see if we can figure. This is our first pop culture, Gene. Gene, what does the NBA stand for? Just try to think it out.
Probably.
I'll tell you the first word.
National.
Okay, you're right on that.
Basketball dudes.
Basketball dudes. Is that what you said? NBA.
Yeah, and so National Basketball Association. Good deal.
Wow.
Okay. How about this? You ready?
Yeah.
How about the NHL?
Hockey?
Oh, there's more than just hockey to the words. There's 3 letters. NHL.
Yeah, the
NHL.
National Hockey League.
All right.
Yeah, I got it.
Wow. How about the NCAA?
No.
You're not even going to try?
National. I don't even know what would start with a C that where you play a game.
Maybe collegiate?
What is that? That's college football?
College football is in the NCAA, but the NCAA stands for...
I don't think I know what the other A means.
See there?
The other
Athletic Association.
Yeah.
National Collegiate Athletic Association.
That's like high school stuff, right?
Do you know what NASCAR stands for?
National Automotive, National Auto. Nope.
Do you know what NFL stands for?
National Football League. What's NASCAR stand for?
Huh?
What's the words on NASCAR?
NASCAR, NASCAR, National Association of, I don't even know.
For stock car racing.
For stock car racing.
Okay, we
had Tony Stewart on yesterday.
Yeah, I seen a little bit of that.
That was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Phil Jackson's number 1.
Phil Jackson's number 1?
Yeah, he got 11.
At 11, okay.
Red Auerbach with 9.
9.
John Kundle for the Lakers in the 50s with 5. Pat Riley, 5. Greg Popovich, 5. And Steve Kerr, 4.
Wow.
And Chuck Daly, 2.
Talk about great company, though, huh? Wow.
Oof.
So I'm watching this thing on Netflix, and I forget what it's called. Damn it!
I thought it was.
It's called. I forget.
Isn't it the not the documentary, but the?
It's about.
It's a series.
It's a series. I'm on like episode. I'm going to start. I'm going to watch. I'm going to try to watch. Well, I got Bubba 199 tonight, so I'm not going to be able to watch nothing. And then I got to get up early and drive to Gainesville for the Gator Nationals. So I really don't. And going to stay all day for that. And then come back late Saturday night, and then Sunday we just used to get Sunday's my prep day to get ready for Monday. So basically, I try to emulate Sunday by going to bed super early, and being then Monday. What do you use Sundays for, Gene? Just
try to rest, but usually yard work and mess around at my house.
Is it Running Point, Bubba?
What?
It's called Running Point?
Yes.
Okay.
Running Point. Can you send me the trailer for it? So Seth, it's kind of loosely knit. It's kind of loosely based on the Lakers, where Jeannie Buss, the daughter, takes over the franchise, and they don't think that a woman can take over an NBA franchise.
It's a documentary, or
the movie, the show. I watched some of it last night.
It's a 6-part. I don't know how many. Let me. Will you look and see?
There's a lot of them.
There's what's that called, Seth? When there's more than like a docu-series?
Yeah.
Is that what it's kind of?
Yeah.
Or a mini series?
Yes.
Or something like that. It's not just one. Like, my documentary that's coming out is 3 parts.
It's 10
What's
episodes.
the girl's name? She's the hot girl that
Kate
was in the movie where they were getting the gold out of the ocean.
Kate Hudson.
Kate Hudson is the blonde. And
it's 10 episodes, and they just renewed it for its 2nd season.
Oh, it's fun. Gene, Lummy, do you have a trailer?
I sent it to you.
All right. We'll come back so we don't run late today. We'll come back with the trailer. What's it called?
Running Point.
Running Point. Seth, I think, you being a sports guy, I think you'd like it. I think you would. Because it's not.
It's what happens in and out of the locker room a little bit, and what happens in the backside of the games.
But have you been watching it?
Yeah,
you have.
Wow.
Do you like it?
I started last night watching a little bit.
You like it?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, I like watching her.
You like Kate Hudson?
Yeah.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Well, Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn are like the best Hollywood couple of all time.
They're one of the
right?
longest running.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But never got married.
No, never got. I don't think they ever got married.
Really? Yeah, never got married.
Yeah, they wanted to keep their stuff separate.
Well, I messed up a good thing.
Well,
What he said.
Anthony has his Zoom. He confirmed this morning that he's good for 10:30. Who? Kumia?
Oh, today.
Yeah, he has a Zoom link and everything, so he's confirmed.
All right, so then the after show. If you want to do 2 after shows, I'll just do like probably a 15 to 30 minute deal with Anthony.
Okay.
Sign off. Seth, you're more than welcome to join or not. It doesn't matter. It's just going to be me and Anthony shooting the shit about old school radio.
Okay.
But you can be here or not. And then, Lummy, do you want to do a sports show after?
Yeah, I can do a show.
No, but if you didn't want to,
I wasn't sure how long you were going to go, and Colton's not here, so.
Okay, then we'll cancel.
Okay.
I'll just try to go a little bit longer.
Okay.
And we're done.
I figured you might, yeah, it gives you that open space.
Yeah. So then, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay. So, Gene, I'm going to tell that Crown Vic guy to get a car ready for you.
Yeah. We need to hook them up with GoPros. So when I come in here in the morning, your guys are sitting over here on the couch. Are you guys having like a meeting?
Yeah, we're just talking about like maybe what the clickbait, like
what's going to go on?
Well, like what the clickbait might be, like what like what we title the show. You know that thumbnail that you see with what the show's about.
Right.
We talk about that, and then we just talk about like any potential games and YouTube videos, and just this a little 25-minute brainstorming session. Which, by the way, you're invited to.
Today, Bubba told us how we need to get back to his messages on social media.
Yeah.
You're invited to. I used to get in trouble, Seth, for being 5 minutes early.
Yeah, he used to not let anybody in here. He's loosened up a little bit.
I'd say. I told you, 10 to 6. That means 10 minutes to 6.
I used to, when I
I'm
was
15 to 6. 10 minutes to 6. Now get out of that door.
When I worked here the first time, it was only a meeting with I don't remember, but I wasn't allowed in.
Oh, he's at his moments. Man, I'm feeling it right now.
Oh, man. Is this really a docuseries? It seems more just like a show.
It is kind of a. That's what it is.
Yeah. Man, I had a dream I was in jail last night.
Hit that thumbs up for Gene.
Another one?
Oh yeah, Gene's not even pushing the thumbs up.
Oh, we got some. We got 2.
We got 2?
100 and 554. I had to refresh.
Is that not good? Or is that?
I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but you gotta really.
You gotta really hit. That's pretty good.
Hey, Gene, I've started to threaten physical violence to people that, like, hate me online and shit like that.
Uh-huh.
You got my back?
Yeah.
Okay, because I squarely have you in mind when I'm
Yeah.
So we get to know who they are, where we go knock on the door?
Yeah. We could. This one guy's in New York right now.
Well, Gene's not going to New York.
Yeah, but he might come here.
He's got friends in New York. One phone call.
Yeah, I got friends. But you can't, it's hard to do that, though, because you never know what can happen. You know what I'm saying?
So that's why we finished the job.
That's why Gene does things face to face.
A friend, it might get really, really bad.
Interaction is key. Interaction. Call now 813-90-BUBBA. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Vicariously entertaining.
Thank you. Lasker says, I don't know about much about the money today, but that seems
Man, I
like
need some thumbs up.
It seems like
I only got 500.
Everybody's doing this thumbs up stuff,
and you computer hackers out there, hack some thumbs on me.
Hack me some thumbs.
Yeah, send me like a couple thousand real quick.
Well, Gene, we can't be advocating that.
The hacker can.
Well, no, Gene, we can't
Why, you didn't think of it?
Well, no, we didn't think of it. Is that YouTube doesn't want us to ask hackers to inflate our number. They want real numbers. If it says 592 thumbs up,
they'll be real. It'll just be from the same guy.
Okay, Gene, just stop. Why don't you just say, "Hey, it's Gene Lasker.
Hey, it's Gene Lasker.
I got 600. I got 600 thumbs up.
I got 600 thumbs up.
Actually, Gene, you're pacing quite well. Because the record's 719
at this moment.
Brian hit 1,000 thumbs at 7:19 and 20 seconds. Well, that gives you you only have 300.
Okay, so my people are really stepping it up.
They kind of are.
That's right. Don't think the rednecks won't step it up because they will.
The real
real people,
the Laskerites. Lasker mania.
Lasker mania running wild.
Yeah. Less the 24-inch pythons. So
he don't got them no more.
No, he didn't. No, of course not.
He's got like 18.
Seth,
well, I'll tell you,
Seth, I think your mom
has got 24s.
No, maybe, but I think your mom is watching Running Point. I think your mom. She texted me and she says it's a comedy. And it's in it's.
She's got goofy brothers that are kind of like 62s. And
well, no, listen. This woman here that takes it. Well, let's play the trailer. Maybe the trailer will explain it, Gene.
I work in a family business, the greatest basketball franchise in the history of the game.
She is hot though, is she not?
Yep. And Daddy dies.
And Daddy dies, and the brother's a crackhead.
The Los Angeles Waves.
Oh, I didn't get that part.
What do you mean? The whole thing opens up with him in the hospital.
Oh, yeah, I remember
having
that.
to go to rehab.
Yep, having to go to rehab. But I thought he was just drinking. I didn't know he was crackhead.
And he tells his family, I like crack.
Oh, I missed that spot.
He was just watching.
That's how it opens up. And they're like, okay, you're going to have to relinquish control of the team.
Man, I got a kid and I got dogs, so sometimes I miss a spot. And a wife, but she don't make me miss no spots, so...
This is the story of the fucked up family that runs it.
Oh, hold on.
And who's the crackhead?
The
younger one.
No, the oldest son is the crackhead, and he likes weed, cocaine, hookers, and crack.
And so did his dad.
And his dad, who started the franchise, liked cocaine, hookers, and crack.
Yeah.
And won like 10 championships.
Yes, he did.
Seth, you can see kind of it resembles the Lakers.
And Janie Buss is a co-executive producer of the series.
She is?
Yes.
There you go. So it is very much loosely based on the Lakers. They've just changed the names.
Does she have brothers?
What's that?
Yeah, she's got two.
Yeah, but hold on. She had brothers, but she ran the team.
I know, but I'm wondering if those are the crackheads.
Maybe.
Isla,
so here we go. Right here it is.
Making you the president of the Waves.
When I was a little girl, Daddy never believed in me, and I started to doubt myself.
I need you to stop because I don't care about any of that shit.
Yeah, I missed that spot right there.
Yeah, this is how the whole series opens up with him, and he's doing crack in his Porsche. And he like misses a stoplight and runs into a restaurant and hits a family from the Netherlands and doesn't kill them.
This is a comedy?
Hold on, and doesn't kill. Yeah, and he doesn't kill them, but the family's there quickly to write a $1 million check. They get they just barely get hurt, and he then has to go to rehab to get off crack. And then he now gives control to the team. He's got two brothers. One they're both kind of screw ups.
Yeah,
and he knows that maybe the best chance might be her. By the way, I think this bitch is hot. This Filipino woman.
She's ugly.
President of the Waves. This is shocking. But on behalf of all women, don't ever make a mistake.
Got a flat face and a big head.
What's that?
She's got a flat face and a big head.
Okay. So does Brian.
We're a family, sis. We got your back, no matter what people say.
What are they saying?
Just the fact that you're a Nepo baby and you don't know what you're doing, but you're old, so it's like you're like a Nepo crone.
Oh my God.
Don't go on Reddit unless you want to kill yourself.
I see that part.
You are the smartest warden I know. I know that's not a high bar. Damn it!
He's a doctor.
We're a family brand. You?
Yeah, her husband's a doctor.
Yeah.
And early on in her career, Seth, when she never thought that she would be, her dad had her parked in the charity 501c3 department of the Waves, where she just was like, having summer basketball camps for underprivileged kids and stuff like she did. They had her stored away doing nothing, and she at one time did a Playboy shoot, and that comes back to kind of bite her in the ass too.
Ness and Sandy don't represent our values.
Yeah, maybe there's a couple pictures of my dad with Saddam Hussein, but we are good people.
Yeah, I like
Which
that
one
part.
to use the leak?
Are you crazy?
We suck. I want to know what you're going to do to stop the sucking.
I know the record doesn't show it, but this is a winning roster. And I have a team to run, so if you'll excuse me. Wait, this is my office. You get out. I shouldn't have this job. I should just be a crappy interior designer like all my shitty friends from high school.
That was
too
right
clean.
after she was with him, trying to make him a better basketball player, trying to make him be a leader.
And he tried to kiss her at a
And he
restaurant.
tried to kiss her, and she, fell off the chair.
And then the internet had that they were
they were an item.
This was their star. She went to dinner with their star guard, Seth, because the star guard was not being very user friendly with their number one client, which was Sephora. And he was talking bad about
Sephora.
So she tried to take him to dinner to explain that they're the largest client, and he made a move on her, trying to kiss her.
All she wanted him to do was apologize, and he wasn't apologizing.
He wanted some ass.
Yeah.
Smudge him up or something. Have you seen Coach around?
It's a leap of faith, but it's a leap of faith that you're in control of. You got this.
Everyone is horny for everyone they work with, but you don't do anything about it. Tony, you want a new point guard?
You got yourself a deal.
Am I that bitch? Oh, you are the biggest bitch. We are going to give the rest of the season everything we got and make a deep playoff run.
Oh, yeah. All right, so anyway.
That looks cool.
I don't know if Seth likes it or not, but I mean, it's sports.
I mean, Gene likes it, so.
I like it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that,
don't mean anything, that doesn't.
Elise and Gene liking it might just be the reason why Seth will not try it. Seth,
I just like the actress. She's a good actress. And I did not know that she was Goldie Hawn's daughter. Now I like her even more.
Right, exactly. Hello, you're on the air.
Mic check.
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, how you doing?
Good.
I'm in Puerto Rico right now. Thank you for a great morning show.
Yes, great. Thank you.
I'm at the Crash Boat Beach in Puerto Rico. I'm the only one here right now.
Sounds like life is great for you, my friend. You're on the beach at, before 7 in the morning, maybe potentially watching the sunrise in phenomenal Puerto Rico. How much better
Absolutely.
Unless you had a couple of hot sluts beside you that you had a threesome with last night in your all-inclusive hut. I can't think of anything that life would be better, my friend.
Yeah, it's better. Life is good right now. Visiting my pops.
Okay.
And right now I'm just putting a grill together and do some cooking, do some grilling.
All right, so you're putting a grill together for Pops, and you're getting ready to fire that thing up later today and cook some whatever.
Absolutely.
All right, and you're listening to the show in Puerto Rico by what means? YouTube?
HQ, brother.
Bubba Army HQ, which we've not been pushing. We've not been pushing Bubba Army HQ like we should be because we're waiting for the app. That's supposed to be very soon.
Has HQ got thumbs too?
Been waiting forever. Jeez,
No.
It's been what, 2 months?
Yeah, it's been a while. We don't like to bring it up. It's a sensitive subject, but we are we're on the backside of that. And then when we finally get it up, Lummy, we can tell everybody to like almost D-Generation X, suck it because it's up.
Yes.
Suck it, yep.
Yeah. So what can we do for you, our great Puerto Rican friend?
No, I just want to say thank you for the great content you guys gave me.
Are you Puerto Rican?
You guys were absolutely. I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay.
Well, from New Hampshire, Hudson, New Hampshire. But I've been coming here for about 10 years.
Perfect. So,
This is my dad.
Other than thanking us, oh God, dang Lummy, Big Buck, the greatest heavy operator known to man, $100 for Gene Lasker, and then Gerald Zillow. I can't even say it. It might be a new name.
Glowbug 25, Laskermania.
It might be a new money. Gerald Chrzanosk, some Polish man. Gerald Sanawaski, $20 for Lasker Fridays. Keep the thumbs coming.
Keep the thumbs coming.
Lummy, I got to tell you something. We're pacing
pretty good.
We're pacing pretty good that Lasker's gonna end up destroying everybody.
Like Thurman, $50 shrimp on a treadmill. How about that?
Shrimp on a treadmill. So anyway, sir, thank you for the admiration. Thank you for the kudos and the accolades. I appreciate you. You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You too.
All right. Now, let me, this girl here, she's an OnlyFans chick, and I think this is a pretty good flex.
I mean, you bang 1,000 guys, then what?
Well, I mean,
she banged 1,000 guys.
Was it 100 or 1,000?
I thought she banged 1,000 guys
and got pregnant
in 24 hours.
No, I don't know. It was 1,000.
Is that the one that got pregnant?
It was 1,000.
Was
Yeah.
it 1,000?
No.
Oh, this was only 100. Oh,
yes. Thank you, everybody. I'll take.
Well, there's two British
I
whores.
will take apologies.
But
now.
she did it also later on. She did 1,000. She did 1,057 men in a day sex challenge.
And it went in one day.
So Seth and I will take a table.
Thank you.
Boom, boom.
Okay, I'll take. I'll give you.
That just shows you can't hurt it.
You know, Gene, you're right.
Well, I wish my tires were made out of it.
You know what, Gene? They should find out what vagina is made out of and make anything that they
make a right rear.
If you want to make something that
flesh,
won't, if you want to make something that won't wear out,
man, a right rear.
Make right rear race tires out of vagina meat.
That's it.
And it will.
We can lean on it all night.
Think about it. Think about how resilient a vagina is.
Straight to the cushion.
$20. Lasker investigates Brian Thumman farm.
I mean,
Brian Thumman farm.
It can stretch. It can go for long periods of times with getting abused. It can just,
Did you mention the baby part?
It can spit out a baby. It can literally get 3 or 4 times the size that it's supposed to be. Then, just within hours, snap back to a resemblance of what it's supposed to be.
A resemblance.
I mean, because, when a woman has a baby, it takes, a week or so for it to really snap back to the original OEM.
Not supposed to really touch it for 6 weeks.
Yeah, that's to the original, sorry, OEM.
You remember that from your last baby, Seth?
Yeah. From his only one. Is it 6 weeks? Do they say no sex for 6 weeks?
That's what they say.
Man,
what did you do?
Me?
No, Lummy, because the way he said it, he started hitting it at week 3.
I love when Gene just hitting it.
I think I hit it in week 3.
There you go.
I was getting oral next day.
Oh
really?
My God. No, you were not, dude.
Hell, the hell I wasn't.
From her, from the baby mama, or somebody else?
From the baby.
Oh, Jesus.
That's why you got what you got.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, listen, I don't know. I didn't keep a diary of my sexual exploits.
You didn't get a suck job from
Let's not call it a suck job on regular.
You don't understand how mean he was back in them days.
Let's call it oral.
We're on the internet, man.
Yeah, we're also on 3 affiliates too.
He had 98 rock groupies coming over.
Yeah, I had.
He was so mean.
Gene, I was not.
Yes, it was. What? What?
Okay, what did you do?
I just put up with it as best I could. Got fired, got run off, came back because I still liked you. And
no,
still,
I'm talking about how long did you last for your?
I did whatever she wanted to do, man. I put her on a little pedestal, thanking her for having something for me.
Until you bolted it back up. How long did it take?
I probably waited it out and then gave her another week just to make sure she liked it.
Like you're Johnny Nice Guy, whatever. Shut up. You're the only guy in this room that's ever killed anybody.
Well, they did it for a reason.
I know it, but I'm just saying.
He's the only person that's killed somebody so far.
Yeah, true.
Seth really wasn't.
So anyway, Lummy, if we were to, Gene just organically is kind of promoting the thumbings, but he's he only has 100 and like 34 to go, and he'll have smashed Brian's Matroni's record, and he still has 8 minutes left in the first hour of the show.
I got people.
You do. You got Laskerites / Laskermania, including our very own Glowbug. $25. Woo. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Also, BubbaArmyTips.com. That'll all help, the show financially. And then if you're watching us, hopefully you're watching us on YouTube. Our YouTube channel's at The Bubba Army. That's where you can put a visual with the program. Nearly 1,000 people on that thing right now. And we kind of have this, when you're watching something on YouTube, they give you the thumb up feature, like you like something. And that supposedly initiates an algorithm that causes your show to be a recommend.
An algorithm?
Yeah. Are you?
That means something that's cool?
Back to Gene Lasker, pop culture,
algorithm.
We can just call it Lasker trivia.
Yes.
Anytime.
The rhythm part is how it works.
So, Gene, the word is algorithm. Yes.
Rhythm.
Now, do you have any idea what the word?
The back half of it is how stuff works, right? Rhythm, how it's keeping going.
That's somewhat correct.
Okay, but the
algo.
No,
algo.
Nope, don't even got an inkling.
Algorithm.
No. It means some kind of I don't know, some kind of how things go, like if everything's smooth and everything's chiming.
Yeah, you're kind of correct.
That algorithm is like a chiming. Everybody's feeling each other, and we're good.
Let's let
the show smooth.
Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, good morning.
Good morning. I hope you slept well. If you find you need a little help with getting a good night's sleep, I've got some ideas from my friends
I
at
got
Olive.
lots of ideas.
To hear them, just say, give me a sleep tip.
No, don't give me a sleep tip. I got more, please. I don't go with that over-the-counter stuff. I got industrial strength, high octane, 114. So, listen. Hey, Alexa, what does algorithm mean?
An algorithm is a sequence of steps designed to solve a specific problem. It is a method or procedure for solving a problem in a series of finite steps.
That's far cry from what I thought.
Well, it isn't kind of really. You said it's how it's kind of things kind of work together and make it.
Okay.
So it is. It's what companies, internet and streaming and just any kind of company, whether it's Target or Walmart, anything online.
Me and Seth got an algorithm going on now. Not like in the beginning when he was afraid to even speak to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys got
So now he talks to me some, and I talk to him, and
kind of.
And the show is more friendlier amongst us.
That's one way to look at it. The fact that when you guys first met, he was definitely afraid of you, and now
I am still afraid of him, but that's why I like him.
But he's exciting.
He's dangerous.
Dangerous. But now you guys are kind of in sync a little bit more. And so, yeah, you guys got a little bit better of an algorithm than you did to begin with.
That's a good word.
Yeah. You might want to use it.
Maybe.
I think about becoming good friends with Gene a lot.
You do.
Is that because you're threatening people to kick their ass and you want Gene to have your back?
It's a small part of it, Lummy. It's between Gene and my guys on the south side that, I rotate asking them to defend me. But no, but
hold on. But between the two parties, you're covered.
Yes.
I mean,
pretty much.
Between two cool black guys on the south side and then Gene Lasker as a flanker, that's pretty good coverage.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's just
you don't get no better than that.
That's better than Geico coverage right there, my friend.
That's why I'm openly threatening people online now, because I feel very protected. But I honestly do think about this, Bubba, because we are so different. I do feel like yesterday for some reason I envisioned myself like at Gene's house and him giving me a tour of his podcast studio and us just sitting down and talking and him getting to know me and my anxieties and what makes me tick and us just becoming good buddies. Nobody would have ever seen that coming.
And here's the other thing. Like, one of the reasons you guys might also get along is that, like, Gene doesn't get anxiety. He just doesn't. And you do. You do get anxiety.
I don't let it happen.
Gene just doesn't. Gene doesn't believe in anxiety.
Mm-mm.
Gene, would you?
I mean, my wife gets it bad, and I feel for her. I love her so much, but she gets it badly, man. She can't even be around people.
Well, what does not that I'm trying to dig into Sarah's personal life or what might trigger her or upset her, but like, is there any particular thing you can talk about that gives her anxiety that wouldn't be disrespectful or something?
Men. She's afraid of them.
Oh, because of where she came from.
Yeah.
Upstate New York, $50, almost $1,000.
And by the way, we have talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
She and I even noticed, Gene, like like Sarah, when I first met Sarah and she didn't know me, but she knew I was your friend.
Yeah, she freaked out because you touched her ear.
Oh, Bubba.
But let me tell you something. She was really scared of Lummy.
Really?
Me?
Because when we was at a BARP time, way back in the day,
right?
You wanted me on the stage for something.
Yeah.
And you grabbed her as she was walking by me, and you turned her around.
Oh, my God, guys.
Oh, she flipped out. She was scared to death.
Lummy?
She froze.
Did it
hold on, Gene. When
big old Lummy, but Lummy was drunk too. To use the drinking days.
Now hold on.
Yeah,
but
my
you
bad.
know, Gene, that one of my terms of endearment is to touch your ear.
Right,
You
but she didn't know that.
I know that,
and
so
I didn't tell her ahead of time.
How did you explain? So, because I was not, I was there as a friend.
I just
not
told
a
her you had a fetish of touching people's ears.
Oh, but that's a kid thing where you pull a quarter out of a kid's ear. That's not an endearing thing when you're an
I
adult.
don't touch everybody's ear. It's only if I like you.
That's a lie.
No, it's not a lie.
It's pretty much anybody that you start to talk to.
No,
you don't really gotta like them. You don't think
no,
so?
I have to.
You have to like 'em?
I have to genuinely like you and want to be your friend.
Oh, okay.
If I give you an ear grip, if I give
Is
you,
that what you call it, an ear grip?
Yeah, that's everybody's know. That's called an ear grip. By the way, Lummy, Lasker might hit 1,000 before 7:05.
Yeah, he's on a good pace.
blowing Brian's record out by like 20 minutes.
Gene, with you and Seth being really
people.
close now, would you let Seth ride on the back of your bike?
No.
No, that's bitch.
Oh.
That's bitch.
You got a sidecar, Gene?
The only way. Hold on. This is biker law, and
Come
I think Gene will back me up.
Think of the views.
only way you give a guy a ride on the back of your
Get
bike
him out of trouble.
is if he's in trouble and you got to get him out of a space fast, or his bike broke down and you're just taking him to the next service station to get some help.
He'd have to lose a wheel for that because otherwise you peg him.
You pull him.
Yeah, well, you put your right foot on his left peg and you push him.
Oh, okay. You guys just kind of like the buddy system.
Yeah,
I'm in trouble, Gene.
So, well, let me tell you something. I can peg you if you like. So anyway, Gene, the first time I met Sarah, but then every time I've met her thereafter, she's increasingly gotten more friendly with me because
she's more safer in her own skin because she lives with me. She's getting tougher.
Does she know our history and the fact that we've had a lot of fights, but deep down?
Yeah, I've told her.
No, but like deep down, like
I've never not liked you.
No, but I
didn't like what you did.
But what I'm saying is,
or do
deep down, I'm truly one of your best friends, and you're truly one of my best friends.
Yeah,
and she knows that. Like she probably knows your casual friends, but she has to know, deep down, I'm one of your boys.
Yep, she knows.
Right. Like, you know what probably won her over tremendously is when I called a play for Coben to score a touchdown. I probably really made some great leaps and bounds with her when I specifically called a play for Coben to score a touchdown. Right?
Was he a running back?
No, he's a center. And he was never going to get a touchdown all year.
What'd you draw up, Sponjo?
I drew up a center, goes out and does a 5-yard curl.
Because nobody covered him.
Because they're never going to throw the ball.
Bubba was a good coach. Diaco's really not. Okay, Bubba.
I am a really good. Listen, wow. I'm a much better.
Bubba
coach.
looked up for the field and goes, "You know what, Coben? You're always open. Can you catch one pass today? Just one?"
And I said,
goes, "Yes, sir."
I said, "Listen, Coben." So then we call timeout. We're on the 2-yard line. We call timeout. I go, and Matt is the quarterback, good quarterback. And Matt never throws to Coben because nobody throws to Coben. Coben's the big guy that hikes the ball. And
would you say generally centers aren't pass catchers though, Bubba?
Yes.
Okay.
So not only,
but they're allowed.
But in this game, in this league, they are allowed.
They don't have to report eligible or anything.
In this league, everybody's allowed to go out. But for the most part, the center just blocks and tries to be a body in the middle to keep the guys off the quarterback.
Yeah.
So that's what Coben's role had been all along. Probably 4 or 5 games before I finally got there to start coaching.
Captain Creamsicle 25.
And I had noticed that the other team never even accounted for Coben. Never. So I go. We're on the 2-yard line, 3-yard line. I go, Coben, we're gonna go 5 yellow. and he's yellow.
Yeah.
And the play's 5. And I said, Matt, 5 yellow means I don't care if blue's wide open, red's wide open, and I don't care if there's 2 guys on yellow. You're throwing it to yellow. Are we clear? And I said, everybody else, all 4 receivers, go run your route hard. Act like the ball's coming to you. Coben, you'll be wide open. Now, Coben,
take 2 steps, turn around.
Drop it.
Do you got one catch in you?
Do you got one catch in you? And he goes, yep.
Yes, sir.
And wide open, scored a touchdown.
Ba-boom.
And we then went on.
He was so proud of himself.
We then went on and had a couple more of those. I mean, we had a couple more of those. But, nothing's better than establishing trust with an adult when your child likes the person that you're potentially, if he's either a teacher or a coach and has established trust with your child, that goes a long way with an adult. Well, I mean, with a parent. That goes a long way.
7:05? Is that it? 7:04?
Yeah, he hit it.
7:04, 20 seconds.
7:04 and 20 seconds. Gene Lasker, the all-time record now. I got to rewrite this down.
How about that, Tuttle and Brian?
And Dr. Diaco.
Just call in sick next week because you don't need, we don't, I'll show up and just get another 1,000.
Will you, Gene? Because Bubba's out a couple days next week.
Oh, yeah, Gene, I am
out. But the last time he was going to be out, you didn't want me in here.
I do, but now
if I could take Lasker by himself without a leash.
Gene, now he knows you. He knows how to dance with you now.
Overnight?
Yeah, no, this has not been overnight. It's been a course of 3 or 4ur months.
You just hit the thumb record, too.
I've studied you, Gene.
Yeah. So, Gene,
So he just wants to use me for my thumb people.
So he could really use you Tuesday. He could really use you Tuesday. If you could do Tuesday, Friday of next week, Gene.
Okay.
Am I right, Seth? Because Wednesday you got Tuttle.
Yes.
And Tuesday is where you could use Gene.
Yeah.
Gene, could you come in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Gene and Dr. Dan. Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Dan's at the same day?
Yeah.
And don't worry, that quote from you saying that Dan's not a good coach will be definitely
Gino, tell
We'll
him.
have that nice and ready to go.
Gino, tell him.
Hey, he wants to be a good coach, and he tries to act like his dad because his dad was the doctor with the guys out there and learned a lot, and that's good. But at least he's kind of wanting to help the kids. But Bubba knows football, bro, from the dirt. He knows.
I know it's football from the dirt.
He don't sit back there all clean and cut and say, "Hey man, it's gonna be a 125." You hut. Bubba tells him how it's going to be. Just like you told him. I don't care if red's open or blue's open. You're going to throw it yellow. Because Bubba knew yellow was going to be open.
I analyze the game a little bit different than Dan. Dan looks at it
from the playing.
Dan looks at it a little bit more globally than me, and I kind of micromanage it a little bit. The game.
Well, I just want to know, what did Dan do that would lead Gene to believe that he's not a great coach?
I think Dan tries to he globalizes the game more so than I do. Where I need Dan's globalization.
What do you mean? He has them talk different languages?
No. Hear me. I'm just going to tell you before we go to words. So Dan was. I complimented Dan so well. Dan is the guy that had all the plays drawn up, had all the wristbands made, had all the organizational stuff done, had the plays drawn up, and globally had it all ready to go. I could then take Dan's system and start kind of picking it apart as to what worked better. Dan, I actually am the one that says, Dan, right now we have 21 plays. We only need 6.
I remember that. And you put the plays to the people.
Yeah, so I said...
he just had plays for people.
So I said, and he's like, what do you mean? I go, we don't need 19. We need 6. And of the 6, we're going to run 2 until they stop them. And there's a couple plays, I think it was 4. I think it was 4 and 8 that like teams couldn't stop. And I'm like, what?
That's all we need.
And so I go... And I was offensive. He was letting me play. He was letting me call the plays. And I was going, Dan, we're going to call number 4 until they stop it. Every play is going to be 4. In fact, I'm going to even say 4. So that even if the defense knows 4 is coming, until they stop it, that's what we're going with.
You guys
and we scored like 2 touchdowns, and they finally figured out 4. Then I just went to 8. But Dan's organizational, and he's
more like a team owner.
Yeah, well,
he's
he's kind of the GM, but he was really good with the kids. And here's the deal. I don't think I could have been as effective as what I did for the kids that year if I didn't have Dan's, his organizational skills, and I don't think Dan, was as good as I was at maybe talking to the kids and looking at the defensive schemes and what they're running against us and who's open. I mean, literally, I would have thrown the ball to Coben every time until they put somebody on him. But that would have made Coben nervous. I know Coben would have made him a nervous wreck, and he would have taken himself out of the game and be like, I'm getting too nervous, because he'd drop one of them, of course, and he would be nervous about the deal. So, anyway, I got to go to words. When we come back, we're going to talk about the chick that blasted 1,000 guys. She's now going into the retirement community, which really is
doing retirement, guys.
She's blasting grandpas
for
now.
Money.
No. No.
She's just one of those girls.
I think for money would make her a prostitute. For content makes her an OnlyFans girl. I mean, Seth, isn't that the way you kind of interpret it?
Yeah.
If you're a whore, you do it for money. If you're an OnlyFans girl, you're doing it for content.
So if you see somebody you don't like, we can call them an OnlyFans, and they know what that means?
No, with Jeans, a girl that you don't like may not be an OnlyFans.
Yeah, we'll put her in that category.
Well, it's not, no.
But she might not be a whore, but we call her one.
Oh, she's a whore.
Oh, I mean, she's a whore, but you can't call her a whore. You can call her a content creator.
Oh.
Yeah, but I can yell out OnlyFans girl, and no one will know what I'm saying.
I think
don't sound like a bad word yet, because it ain't a bad word yet.
I think the true definition of whore is one that charges. Hey, Alexa, what does the word whore mean?
Everybody but your mom.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
That's pretty good.
That's really good, Gene Lasker.
Pretty much anyone now is going to be 4-7. Woo.
Sponge, what's more stickier, the red of the clay or the white?
The white.
Yeah.
The white is like almost
it sticks to you and you can't get it off.
It's almost like almost like a plasticky Play-Doh.
Yeah.
2 thumbs up for Dan. Thank you, Dirt Merchant.
So no permit needed to grab dirt?
No, not on your own land.
Not on your own land. Wow.
Watch.
What did Bean think about that? You the man?
Oh, yeah. Well, oh, wait. Did you see my new... Did you see my new Skag slope mower?
No.
Oh, my God.
And it's a what mower?
Oh, wait till you see this. You know how you have, like, different properties and stuff that have, like, for instance, in turn 4, we have that bleacher section that has a real, really, it's built up.
Yeah, the hill.
It's got a hill. It's got a hill.
Right.
Well, Skag just got,
built a mower for the hills?
Yeah, check this out. Hold on. Look.
That's it?
Yes.
Dude, I want one of those.
So hold on, we're going to play it next, and make sure you say that, too. So, wait till you...
Dude, I'm getting one of those. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
So we're going to go... So
I want a tractor.
Just save your verbiage.
All right. Man, that's something.
And I'm going to need this air check.
All right. Yes, sir.
Gene, didn't I give you my? I gave you my documentary. Did you watch it? No. You motherfucker.
Why do you remind me?
You motherfuckers.
I know, man. I am bad. I don't know why. You know what? I just ain't had the time, bro. To really concentrate with me and the wife to sit down, cop the seat back, where the dogs ain't bothering us, and have a good time and watch it. I haven't had that time in a while. I've been really busting my ass on that rental properties, getting them ready so I can get them rented. And every minute I'm over there. By the time I get home and eat
Lummy, did you watch it?
Yes, sir.
What it now?
Remember I said about 2 and 3?
No, I don't remember.
Like I tied at 3, especially 3, tied it all together. About the different people in.
And how do I get? Did you email it to me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take care of it. I promise. If you reminded me, it would help me out.
Bitch.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today at 10:30, there won't be a Lummy sports show or weekend wrap up or whatever the hell you do on Fridays.
Yeah, the weekly wrap up.
There will not be that.
Why?
Because I have Anthony Cumia, former from he's a shock jock, very well known.
What?
Shock
I never heard of him.
From Opie and Anthony. And he has now since joined he's the newest member of a weekend show on 77 WABC in New York. It's kind of a big deal within the industry. And I'm going to be talking to Anthony here soon. Today at 10:30.
Yes. Oh, he's the Anthony of the Opies?
Yeah, he's the Opie. He's the Anthony of the Opie and Anthony.
Yep.
Now, I just got Lasker full hot.
Dude, how about the stump remover?
Well, that's one of the things.
Man.
So, you know, Gene, that I am good friends with the CEO, president of SCAG. I met him 3 years ago at the Gator Nationals. So I'm at the Gator Nationals. I'm with the Merch Crick. And the guy that is the general manager at that time for the Tony Schumacher dragster team told his PR girl, he was Bubba Army. That team at that time was based out of, I think the Maynard family owned it. And Tony Schumacher, I don't know, 8 or 9 times dragster champion. The general manager of the team was Bubba Army, and he used to listen to it. He still does listen to the show every morning. And so the person that was doing PR for her, and by the way, Tony Schumacher at the time drove the SCAG dragster. And you can't. You listen when Gene is as familiar with heavy equipment and brands, whether it's a Bad Boy, an X-Mart, a Toro, a Cub Cadet. But Gene, everybody knows what the big orange machines are. They're Skags. Like it's almost like Sunbelt Rental. When you see an all green machine on the job site,
Sunbelt, baby,
you know it's a Sunbelt.
Yeah.
Same thing with all the lawn dogs and all the guys who do, lawn removal, lawn maintenance, and various things. Lummy, when you see a guy that's got, 3 or 4, you don't even have to see the Skag logo. As soon as you see the orange machine,
it's a Skag.
Now tell me something. If Sunbelt, they don't make their machines or nothing, they just rent machines, right?
What? Yeah, Sunbelt.
So if they wanted to rent some Skags because they got some equipment that we might need, would they paint their Skags green for Sunbelt?
I don't know. I'm going to have to ask Randy that question.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because
it's mine. It's
a couple of them need to be at Sunbelt.
Probably not. They probably just
rent them out orange.
Yeah, they probably just
with
rent
a Sunbelt sticker on it.
Rent them out orange. So I'm talking to Randy, the CEO, president of Metalcraft, and Metalcraft is the parent company that owns Skag. Metalcraft is Skag is just a subsidiary of Metalcraft based out of Mayville, Wisconsin. And Gene, they do things for like, Lummy, if you were to send me the Metalcraft link, why don't you send me that?
Yep.
They do things for heavy duty mining. They make equipment for the U.S. government. They make parts for Chevy, Ford, the OEM parts for that. Anything to do with metal, they make just and Skag
in America,
Mayville, Wisconsin.
They say it.
Did you send me Mayville?
It's Metalcraft USA, right?
That's what I want. Metalcraft USA.
Okay.
Yes. So Metalcraft, Gene, is this company right here, and they do. They do. I don't think this. No, that's not it.
That's not it.
No, Lummy, that's not it.
That's a roller. The tubing roller.
That's not it.
Where you take tubing and bow it.
Metalcraft. Put Metalcraft, Mayville, Wisconsin.
Okay.
If you could, because I want Gene to see. Skag is, I think, maybe one of the larger parts of Metalcraft, but Metalcraft is unbelievably a large.
I'll send it to you.
Here it is. Look at this company. Here's what they do. They make tanks.
Yep.
Prototyping, assembly, inspection. Here are the industries that they're in. They're in attachments, automation, agriculture, commercial lawn care, construction, industrial, military, mining,
everything that's metal,
power generation. They're making things, Genes, for these big power conductor kind of deals. Right. So within Metalcraft, and by the way, they're huge in automation. Gene, things.
Well, that's because they need to be, because we need a lot of everything.
Right. So having a worker do it won't work.
No.
So I met, back to my Tony Schumacher story, the general manager of Tony Schumacher, at the time the dragster, was Bubba Army Lummy, and his PR girl was also Tony's PR girl.
Oh, perfect.
Like a PR girl might represent 3 or 4 different drivers. And I'm over there, I'm over there looking at the Tony Schumacher dragster with this guy. He's a fan of the show. He lets me put a Bubba Army sticker on Tony Schumacher's dragster. Remember that? Let me on the footage
that was awesome.
And then all of a sudden, here comes this kind of tall looking dude. He goes, "Who are you?"
Who are you?
I go, "I'm Bubba." And he goes, "Well, you seem like you're pretty popular. Everybody seems to be wanting to talk to you. I just wanted to kind of get a bit." Now I'm in the hospitality part of Tony Schumacher's dragster team. Let me where they give you free food.
Oh yeah.
And this Randy character is like, well, my name's Randy, and I own. I'm basically the president, CEO. I think maybe even the owner of Skag. And I said Skag as in Skag 0-turn mowers. He's like, yeah.
You knew what they were at that moment already?
Gene, we have, don't laugh at me, but at Bubba Raceway Park / Ocala Speedway, I have a 1986 Skag that's still running. That's what our up until Randy gave me a new one. That's our primary mower. We mow
a zero-turn mower.
No, a Skag. An 86.
Oh, you ride on it.
An 86 Skag, and it's such the old school one, Gene, where you have a little chair.
Batman friendly.
Well, hold on. You have this little chair in the back that's got a wheel on it. It's a 3-wheeler, basically.
Yep.
You've seen them before.
Yep.
And mine's an 86. And Drunk Dave, who worked at Mike's Lawnmower, who's the official Skag dealer for Ocala, the guy that takes care of my property now, worked at Mike's Lawnmower for 30 years. And so he knows how to keep these things running. He's kept my 86 Skag running. You know, it's our primary motor. So I tell Randy, who's the president, CEO, and owner of Skag, I go, I got a Skag. He goes, what do you got? I go,
I got 86.
I got an 86. He goes, what? I go, I got an 86, and it runs. We keep the blade sharp. We keep the oil change. We keep the air filter clear. It's air cooled, and it still can outmow anything I got. And he goes, well, listen, you and I got to talk, my friend, because I can't be rolling around with an 86. So I become friends with this guy named Randy. Lummy, it's been 2 or 3 years. I'm now
year 3, yeah.
I'm kind of now, Gene, kind of an ambassador of Skag. When Dion needed a mower, a brand new mower for his new place in Colorado, I called up Dion and said, Dion, I know you got everybody and their brother trying to get you a Toro or a Bad Boy or a Craftsman
or Kubota
or a whatever. He's like, come on, you and me. I said, just give me a day, and I'm going to get you a Skag. And then Dion goes, Skag, man, I got a Skag back in my Texas property.
What?
That's the best mower I got. I go, I know the owner of Skag. I'm going to call him and see if I can get you a Skag. Day later, Dion's got a Skag. So I'm kind of a Skag ambassador.
And he mows his own grass?
Yeah. Dion likes to mow his own grass.
What about other football players?
Well, we did try. Let's not bring that up. It was such a softball, Seth. You couldn't help it.
It was something you said to never bring up again, and I just felt like enough time had passed.
Well, what happened? Tell me about it.
Well,
I mean,
you try to give it to another one, and they didn't like it.
Well, see, let's not mention any names.
Hurt the foot,
but I had another football player, very, very famous.
We're not going to say who he is.
In fact, would
what's he fine?
Hold on.
He was number 4 for the Packers.
I kind of remember something about this.
Would people not agree that we had another football guy on, and Lummy, probably by football standards, almost as popular as Dion? I mean, as far as what he did in the game, he's a Hall of Famer. Dion's a Hall of Famer. So I got this other football player on the air, and I'm like, and he was like talking about how you had 9 lawnmowers, and the reason why you had to have 9 lawnmowers is because they're all breaking down, and if you had 9, because he still goes out and mows his own. It was Brett Favre. I'm just going to tell you that.
But he got paid to be stupid.
So Brett goes, yeah. I was doing a Zoom with him, and he was like, yeah, I just got back from outside mowing. I got 8 mowers because I never know which one's going to break down, so I got 8. Well, I go, because I don't know the relationship that Randy has with Favre, so I go, Brett, thinking that I can pull another one out of my ass. I go, Brett, I got Dion a Skag. I'll get you a Skag. I mean, what better marketing than having 2 Hall of Famers have a Skag? And Brett Favre's like, man, Bubba, that'd be great as hell. I'd love to have a Skag. Man, Skags are the best and hold on yours. So I call Randy. Randy goes, Bubba, when he was in Wisconsin, we did a thing with him, and he really didn't take it too seriously, and we didn't get a return on it at all. So I just don't want to be his 9th mower that he thinks is a part of his collection, because when you have a Skag, you don't need 9 mowers. So he said no.
It would have been a great video if Brett Favre trashes all 8.
What Favre say to you?
Listen, so you know what, Lummy? I could maybe get Brett Favre a Skag if Brett Favre would send us a video of him taking all 9 of his mowers, putting them on the back of a flatbed, and donating them to a scrapyard.
He said all I need is one Skag.
And then he looks into
to a mom and pop's lawn service.
And then he looks into the camera and goes, Bubba, you tell Randy I got rid of my 9 mowers because I'm looking for that big orange beast coming. That 72-inch 3-cylinder diesel Kubota. There you go. By the way, Gene, that's what I got. A 72-inch 3-cylinder diesel 31 horsepower Kubota.
That's nice.
That's what I got. So
that's big.
Oh, yeah. I can mow my whole property with it.
Yeah, I bet.
So I meet this Randy dude. I start talking about how kick-ass Skag is. Randy gets me this 72-inch diesel. That's what 2 or 3 years ago. Mower for Bubba Raceway Park, Ocala Speedway. And so I become kind of a by proxy Skag, ambassador. I love Skag. If you watched Flow Motorsports this past Winter Nationals, Lummy, I had Bubba Army and Skag flags all up and down the front stretch and going into one. Randy actually texted me and said, I got dealers that are watching Flow Racing and they want to know, how did you get all the Skag flags up? And he goes, that's my boy Bubba. So Randy calls me earlier this year, Gene, and says, I got 2 brand new products that I'd like to demo at your racetrack for you to get on them. And, because, Gene, I use I get on all my stuff and I can run it. And I can tell you, if it's good or it's bad, or you need to fix it here, you need to fix it there. And, so he sent me 2 pieces of equipment that I got this past Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday, Lummy, I got the Jackal.
Nice.
And the Jackal is a stand behind skid steer. And here's what I got on Tuesday.
Dig into untapped productivity.
Yeah, Gene. I got one of these now. I have a Sunbelt full-size skid steer, but it's so big. Like, Gene, for instance, when that dirt that gets thrown into the grandstands in that little area, that little walkway, I can't get my skid steer in there to get that dirt.
That one you can.
This one I can. I have so many applications for this machine.
Profit-making potential with the Skag Jackal stand-on mini tractor.
Ain't it?
Let's
hit the ground running with this bold workhorse. As you'd expect, the Jackal is built Skag tough to help you power through the most challenging jobs. Folks may call it a mini track loader, but it's packed with big capability.
It's a lot of weight he's picking up.
The Jackal's heavy-duty construction stands up to years of hard work.
So anyway, I got one of those. And so just, because I'm Johnny Skag, and of course I'm going to say Skag's the best, Skag, this, and Skag's that. So Randy texted me and said the reason why we called it the Jackal is because our number 1 competition is Toro, and they call theirs the Dingo. And in the wild, jackals kill dingoes. Nice. So Randy's all about that. So I Googled Skag versus Dingo, and to get the stats. Not Randy's word for it, but
people.
The Skag Jackal and Toro Dingo are both compact track loaders that can be used for landscaping and construction. The Skag Jackal has a higher tipping load and a rated operating capacity than the Toro Dingo.
Well, the
Toro Dingo is very versatile and can be equipped with a very much of different attachments. Specification: Skag has a tipping load of 3,100 pounds. Dingo can weigh as much as between 16 and 2,600. So, Lummy, it even in this review says
that dingo can kill you because you're going to overload because you want to get things done.
There you go. Hi, I'm Gene Lasker, and I like the Skag Jackal because the Dingo, I'm going to overload it, and I'm going to flip and kill myself.
That's right. So because I want to get it done.
So hold on, Gene. Just as you got excited
That's a piece of equipment right there.
About the Jackal.
Extreme slope.
So we got these two big sloping areas that we have at the track, and we have to mow them this way. We have to get a push mower and tie a rope to the handle. And it's so you can't push it by hand. You cannot. First of all, a zero turn, you'll flip. Even my 72-inch with super large footprint.
You can't just go up it and then back down it?
It's the front end will get light.
Yeah.
The front end will get light.
You can't back it up.
Because all of your weight on a zero turns in the rear.
Not enough power to get back it up.
And a lot of times you'll start spinning the wheels because you don't have the traction. So we have two areas where we have to get our old push mower, tie a rope to it, lower it down, and then ravel it back up. And so this is the newest piece of equipment. The Jackal for Skag came out a year ago.
Or Weed Eat with the cleats.
Well, there you go. There are your two options. Weed Eat with cleats or have a rope tied to a hand mower. Both of which, Gene, suck.
Yes. Takes too long.
Unless you had this. This thing is it's also a bush hog. Watch this, Gene. This is the new it's remote controlled extreme slope mower, and it's called.
Wait a second, remote control.
Yeah, hold on. You watch. You're gonna freak out.
I didn't see that part.
Watch. And Lummy, this is called the Tree Frog.
Oh yeah.
And the reason why it's called the Tree Frog, you know how Randy is. He has to have some kind of deal. He says the Tree Frog is a Renaudi. The Tree Frog is an orange-eyed, orange-skinned, poisonous dart-spitting tree frog from the jungles of Brazil that defeats everything in its path. It's ferocious on vegetation, but loves and serves and cares its owners. So that's why they called this the Tree Frog. Now watch this, Gene. And it's just like you don't have to have a manicured lawn. It'll go over really rough.
That's rough stuff right there.
Like rough terrain. Now down there, the dude's got the remote control.
Yeah,
look, see him?
Yep.
Runs right over trees. So, Gene, you've seen my property. Not only can I use it on my extreme slopes, which I have in turn 3 and 4, but I can also take it out back and thin out some of that, some of those wood.
How wide is that?
I think it's 72 inches.
Wow.
It'll give me the specs here in a minute.
That's a big cut.
Look at that. Right up a hill. Right up a big 30 degree.
That is. That's straight up.
He just sold 2 to the city of Apopka and 2 to Kissimmee, and I think
Apopka.
There's
no hills in Apopka.
Yeah, there are. And I think he sold a couple to Disney.
Oh well, they make their own hills.
Yeah, it's a 70-inch motor.
What's that?
70-inch.
70-inch, Gene. 70-inch.
That's a nice piece.
6 foot. See, that's kind of my application.
Yeah, right there.
Behind the Nashville bleachers.
See, you can see. Notice how they ain't cut up there ever before. Well, they can. Now they can. And the guy who designed that was thinking.
The guy that designed that, man, is going to make Randy lots of money.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That is a piece of equipment.
Tell me you wouldn't want that, buddy.
I'd like to buy one just to have it. I'd make me a hill killer.
You'd like to have it just to terrorize people in your neighborhood.
That's right.
Anyway, go to skag.com. Is it Skag or Skag Power Equipment? I don't know which one it is.
That was just skag.com.
You can go to skag.com and take it to all of them.
Yeah, it's skag.com.
Gene, you've never seen anything like that.
No, never
I got
seen
one
it.
of those at my track, buddy.
That's nice.
So I can load it up in my truck and bring it down to your place.
I
if you
can
need.
build me a big hill across the front of my property so people can't see in.
You
and
should.
I can skag it.
Gene,
every
you
day.
could get
bunch of dirt.
You could get you could bring my Jackal skid steer. Then I got another skid steer from Sunbelt, and you're in good with Sunbelt.
Yep.
So between my Jackal and your skid steer, we could build a really big front mound dirt in front of your property so people couldn't see your house.
Yeah.
And it was just all real manicured dirt.
Yeah.
And if you had a Jackal, you
And
could mow it.
Yeah, I could mow it.
Poor Coben isn't out there with cleats and a weed whacker.
No, he'd be sitting back there on the easy chair right there by the front door
With a remote control.
remote control.
So anyway, I'll be seeing Randy Saturday at the Gator Nationals. Let me literally, I'm not going to the Gator National. Listen, I hope Tony wins. I hope Randy's guy wins. I hope I hope all the Skag guys win. Hope Ronnie Caps wins. But I'm really going there just to see my boy Randy and Maria from Skag, just to do a little PR, see how they're doing. They're so good to me.
There you go.
I just got to go. See, like they're my client. I'm their client, and they're my client. We're both kind of clients of each other. Plus, Gene, the guy from NHRA, gave me a full-blown golf cart pass so I can drive anywhere I want.
You better be glad I'm not with you because we'd be in trouble.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Let me. What are we at? 1,200.
Yes, 1,200.
I don't think Gene's gonna beat the 17.
I don't know. He's pacing really well.
He is.
Yeah.
Come on, peeps.
I mean, you got to think 739.
Hook me up. Let's do a 1,700 right out of the box, and
That means
then,
you got to
then
do
we're
that.
good.
But hold on. If the record is 1,700, then Lummy, that means Gene has to do 18.
Yes, he does.
Can he do 18?
I just got to do 1,701.
No, you can't.
We don't see the.
Seth will tell you
0.1.
they don't. They break it down in hundreds.
Oh, break it down. Okay, 1,700.
No,
1,800.
1,800.
Okay.
You got to do 1,800.
I think we can do that.
Well, I hope so. How about my remote control slope mower, kid? How about that? Is that not the baddest ass ever?
The tracks, man, turn me on. Anything with tracks like that is just that's cool stuff. I got to own something like that someday.
Mm-hmm. When we come back, we'll talk about the lady that's now going to the nursing homes and having sex with Grandpa.
Oh,
I hope when I'm in a nursing home, I get this kind of action.
You will.
I don't know. I think when I'm in a nursing home, I'm going to have my OnlyFans. Come have sex with Grandpa. There's got to be, a fetish where young chicks want.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I'm gonna go get that done right now.
I know it's long, but I need it all.
Okay, SpaceX. I'm gonna do the SpaceX blow up too next. Well, no, we'll do this.
Bow, 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 bow.
Gene, is that badass?
Yeah, man, that is good thinking there. Somebody was smart enough to realize. And it's all built low to the ground. That's why she's not top heavy to flip over.
She weighs 2,600 pounds.
Right, and then with the tracks without wheels, it's always got a grip.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can't, even if you lift up some of the front, the back's still gripping. If you lift up the wheels on a wheel machine, then it's not gripping. And that's where you get the flippage. So who sells Skags around here? Where's the Skag
I gotta
dealer?
find the Skag dealer.
You don't know it?
Yeah. T&L is the local one.
Where?
T&L.
TNL or O?
What is the Cyclone?
T&L.
What is the cyclone that's barreling into Australia?
A hurricane?
Is it a hurricane?
Yeah. I mean, it's that's the closest one. That's the one that Average Joe's dealing with. We're trying to get his skag stuff to him. As it was a can filler.
Can filler?
Yeah, they make like
Mummy, did somebody need a TikTok verification code?
we need a verification code?
Somebody
I don't believe
to
so.
verify your account. Somebody I just got a text for a TikTok verification code. You didn't send in for one, did you?
No.
Brett didn't, did he?
Oh
No.
boy.
Unless it was Gary.
Gary usually
Which
has.
Gary would let us know. So I don't think it would be any of us.
Okay. If it is, let me know. I'll get it to y'all.
All right. That means someone's messing
Somebody trying to
with
break
our
in your
account.
stuff?
Yeah, it's not
probably.
the first time either.
Don't blame me just
Gary
because I
said it's
got some
not him,
hackers.
so oh boy.
What's it saying?
It wasn't Gary, so that means someone's fucking with our account.
Someone's just trying to log in, but if they don't get that access code,
They can't log in.
Right, but they can make it where everybody have to reset our password.
Can they?
Yeah, because they're gonna keep trying.
Forget the
and then-
password and all that shit. Yeah. Okay.
Cause that happened like a month ago.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. Like, would anybody else have tried to log in?
No, I don't think
They don't have it.
think so.
There's 3 people.
Erica doesn't have it.
And what are they gonna
No.
break, and what are they gonna get into? What can they do?
Change the password, and then change all this stuff so we can.
Oh,
Yeah, they could lock us out. They could delete all our shit.
yeah, that's probably that fucking idiot over there saying,
Once they get in there, they can do whatever they want.
bam, bam, bam.
When are you gonna start building your hill?
Huh?
When are you gonna start building your hill?
I don't know, but I always thought like I got plenty of room for it, you know?
In the front,
Yeah. And that I could build a big hill and then run like a little concrete barrier across the top of that. Something that you could crawl up the hill, maybe put some steps in, where and you could really be bunkered in.
Yeah, put like little gun barracks up there.
Well, yeah, whatever I could.
On the corners?
Mm-hmm.
I know where I'm going, shit.
And I'm 56 feet over sea level. I'm on top of a hill. But where my house is, it's downhill, 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 downhill. Significant. You stand there, you can see it goes downhill.
Yeah, it goes toward that lake that's back there, right?
I got a lake behind me, I got a lake across the street from me, pond to the left of me, and a big pond way down the field around me. It just happens that everything comes up on this one hump. That's where I own. While I'm at home.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Mushroom Mitch the Mark, which Lummy I'm assuming will be here tonight for Bubba 199.
Yes.
Who do you got so far for Bubba 199? Let me guess. Nash Brothers, check.
No, they cannot come.
All right, hold on. We got sound of it. Nash Brothers. Susan Poitras.
Yes.
Big Red and his hot wife.
Yes.
I was assuming.
Yes.
Maria Guadalupe with the nice jugs.
Yes.
Merch Crick with equally nicest jugs.
Of course.
Equally nicest.
Lummy.
Yes.
The Seth Kushner, much like Miami University.
Yes.
Does he usually make them?
No. But he likes the bonus that comes with it. Heather Wiz.
No.
She's
yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I think she's got herself a dude, and I think her dude doesn't like her coming to Bubba 199s. Now, I hope that doesn't make her mad. Her having a dude's great. I'm excited for her. She's hot. She should have all kinds of dudes sweating her. But I can see where a dude wouldn't want you coming to be part of a radio show where there's a bunch of other dudes, even though we're, not here to try to blast her or nothing.
That she's marked out to our whole life.
Well, she's a fan of the show. I mean, Gene, be nice.
Well, I'm just saying, a fan forever.
I can see where her boyfriend would be like, I don't want you going to the Bubba the Love Sponge show because you have been a big fan of Bubba, and next thing you know, there's some shady stuff happening. I want you to be bolted right up to my side here, and I can see where that would happen. Let me tease.
Listen, dude, we used to be shady. We're not no more.
Listen, dude, we used to be shady. We're not no more. That could almost be a country song. Listen, dude, we used to be shady, but we ain't no more. Nope. Let me, you'll be here.
Yes.
Macho Man will be on the wheels.
Bob Cook.
Who else?
Bob Cook.
Bob Cook.
Obviously, Mitch the Mark.
Huh?
Bob Cook.
Mushroom Mitch.
Yeah. Little Wilbur's Afterbirth.
Is that all?
That's a lot of people.
You didn't say Brian from Philly, did you?
No, he's not going to make it.
I was giving you pre-gimmick on that one.
Thank you.
We were going to go with a couple Dollhouse chicks, but I didn't organize it, and I just might interrupt the flow. I don't know, because you
got in trouble last time because they got drunk, gave back, and they got mad at you.
You're right. Last time we had Dollhouse girls, they got drunk because they couldn't understand, man, hold on, you're going to pay us $200 just to sit here, $100 an hour, just to sit here and look cute. We don't got to take our tops off. We don't got to grind no peanut. No, nothing. Just sit here and look cute. Well, they overserved themselves, Lummy. And then when they went back to go to work, when you dropped them back off, they were completely blacked out drunk.
Did you really get runned off, Lummy?
Lummy got runned off. No, not only did Lummy get runned off, Lummy got yoked up and shown the door.
Yes.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Listen, you got three big bouncers.
No, Lummy got, like, the guy grabbed Lummy by the shoulder and said, come this way.
Didn't we have a man right at the gate, or he was the DJ, and he used to be around us all the time?
Yeah, but, he's not there anymore. And,
he's not?
And Lummy's bringing both strippers back, three strippers back, totally, completely incapacitated where they cannot work.
With clothes on, so we've done good.
Well, yeah, but they can't get on stage and shake that ass for money. So Warren was mad at Warren, and we were on the wrong side of the Warren. Were we not?
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
Creeth and Travis is also in for $199.
For real?
Yeah.
How about the wife? Though?
He hasn't told me that one yet.
You want to bring the 4 kids too? I mean,
might as well
bring the 4 kids. I think she's pregnant for another one right now.
Seth, bring little Sethy. I'll bring Walker. We're having a daycare.
Oh, Jesus.
For $199.
Let's.
I'm a tentative yes for tonight.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
You're not
How old's your kid now, Lummy?
Hold on.
3.
You're not a hard.
Except what year is your kid?
7.
She's 7.
You're not a hard. You're not a hard yes.
I'm a race, but
you're not a hard yes, bud.
I'm a soft yes.
You're a soft yes.
Yes.
Something else.
He ain't showing.
Something else.
See, Gene knows me already. That's why we're buddies.
Why have you changed your mind?
I'm going back and forth, Bubba. You know how it is.
Is it something that I said? Did I make you mad?
What does that got to do with anything?
It's just whether I want to.
Why do you go straight to that?
Because just yesterday he was a hard in. He was hard in.
Not really.
He was in and
when
hard.
I listened to the show, he wasn't hard in. He was just saying
he was hard in. He was hard in. He was like I like the bony. I like the bony.
He was hard in. He'd have brought up a couple things he might say or something. You know what I'm saying?
He's not showing.
He's not showing.
Seth Kushner.
Let's create some mystery tonight, Bubba. Will I show up? Tune in to find out.
I don't know. So, Lummy, this girl here, she most recently did 2 different shoots. She shot it. She was on OnlyFans, and she did 100 guys. And then she's like, well, 100 schmunnered. Well, I'm going to do 1,000. So she then, and when I said I think I could say this terrestrially, she had sex with, fornicated, with 1,000 dudes. Now, I don't think it's 1,000 dudes to completion. I don't know the formatics of it. I didn't see it. But I think in order to have sex with 1,000 dudes, it literally the dude just enters, and that's considered a session. I don't think there's enough time in the day for 1,000 dudes to
unless they're fluffers.
Well, maybe they do have fluffers, and what's a fluffer? Get them real close, and then they just
and then he does that.
Yeah.
That's actually what it was. She spent 41 seconds with each guy.
Yeah, all right, 41 seconds with each guy.
Yes.
And that she did 1,000 dudes.
Yes.
Now I think this is brilliant marketing. Now she's going to nursing homes and, taking her intercourse skills to grandpa.
I found my oldest fan via Facebook, and when I asked for his address, he actually sent me the address of a care home. So I'm actually here with him and his friends, and I'm going to show them a good time. Today I'm at the care home visiting my
care
Where's
home.
she from? Russia?
England.
Oldest fan. I found my
Would you,
oldest...
Bubba? She's not doing anything
Her?
with these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I wear protection.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Even though I have a vasectomy, I'd wear protection. You know what I'm saying? Now you got this dude. Now this dude here, first of all, he reminds me.
You got two wives?
He reminds me of, who's the black guy on Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Leon.
He reminds me of Leon. Just on the surface, does he not give you Leon vibes?
We're going to find out. I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah. Now this is a daughter and a mom who are both pregnant with this dude's baby. Now this woman looks like she has a wedding band on. Does she not?
You think this is true, Bubba?
Seth, I don't know, buddy. We can navigate through it. I got it. Man claims he got his girlfriend and her mom pregnant at the same time. Internet personality Nick Yardy claims his girlfriend and her mom are 8 months pregnant with his children. A video from a little over a month ago, before the pregnancy was announced, however, shows the same two women in a video with no visible sign of baby bumps. The hell? Oh, they're saying that was from 8 months ago. Now, the claim is potentially a lie to trick people into subbing for their OnlyFans account.
So they're going to be sister and brother.
Well, I don't even know, Gene, how
would you say, well, and then...
Okay, well, hold on.
The daughter's daughter.
The daughter is supposedly his girlfriend.
Okay.
So that baby, and then the mom is the mom. The mom is the daughter's mom, and I don't know how.
It's going to be her grandchild and her stepdaughter.
Yeah,
at the same time.
I think so. And they're now, like you said, Seth, questioning the validity of this. Now, I think maybe his girlfriend, which would be our left, his right in front of the cat, that could potentially, she looks pregnant, and that could potentially be legit. Now, the mom, she kind of looks pregnant, but now, is this hot? Is this cool? What is this? Is it real?
It's probably about as trashy as you can get.
That's
a beautiful thing. Mother and daughter.
I'm feeling it's fake. But, she could, because she's 44. The girlfriend is 22.
Right. But 44, you start getting into that little bit of a kind of a risk.
Cocaine was involved.
What you're saying? They had a cocaine party?
They all got high
on cocaine.
Yeah.
And then
that'll make you do your mom. That'll make you do your girlfriend's mom.
So hold on. According Gene Lasker's Road Rules has, when you do cocaine, it'll make you want to blast your girlfriend's mom.
If she's in the room, yeah.
Right, because what, cocaine just makes your penis so hard.
Makes you stupid.
So it does something to your brain and your penis?
Yeah, that's why it's illegal.
So it looks like he is
That's why it's illegal, because it does things to your brain and your penis. Cocaine.
Makes you do the wrong thing.
So it looks like he is dating both of them, but one of them is not pregnant. The mom's not pregnant, but he is dating and banging both of them.
It's a beautiful thing. Mother and daughter sharing the same husband and baby daddy. It's such a beautiful thing.
It's not often that a mom
and
daughter are pregnant at the same time, let alone by the same man. But
we wouldn't want things to.
I mean, and I got to be honest with you, she's attractive.
Yeah.
The daughter.
That's why she's on OnlyFans.
She's on OnlyFans?
Yes, that's what in the story it said that this is a ploy to get them to their
Yeah,
OnlyFans.
he's a big YouTuber. I guess he has like 3 or 4 million.
Hold on, him.
Yeah.
Now, when a guy's a big, can I ask a question? When a guy's a big YouTuber, does that mean he's showing his ween and he's like doing it? I mean, like
Well,
he's
not
doing.
YouTube.
Oh, he's a big YouTuber.
He's a YouTuber.
I meant OnlyFanners.
She's a OnlyFans.
Now he's a big YouTuber, and what's his claim to fame? He just bangs white chicks.
He.
Can you maybe send me a link to?
He does lifestyle stuff. He has 3.4 million subscribers.
Can you send me his link to YouTube?
Yes.
And she's an OnlyFanser.
Yes.
So Seth, this is on brand for her with regards to OnlyFans.
I mean, Bubba,
sent you it.
It's you have to do things like this to get attention to your OnlyFans to stand out because there are
OnlyFans has become a cesspool of humanity that you just got to do something so outrageous to get anything to stick.
Well, I mean, look what we played before. This Bubba, that chick, that lady, the porn star, she's not banging those old dudes. I mean, is there video of her banging the old dudes? She's just creating content to get people to go there. Same with this lady. I mean, that's.
But what if she's not. But what if she was banging the old dudes? I mean, now, Seth, let's not forget, we can take a step back. We had some very, very, very unbelievable content that we produced for OnlyFans, and that was a quadriplegic that had sex, had a threesome. I mean, on the surface, that doesn't sound believable, right? But I mean, we had
there's video proof of it.
I know. So what I'm saying is, like, even when you think that things are so outrageous that it could never happen, sometimes on OnlyFans it really does. And so maybe she is blasting Grandpa.
It looks like one of the videos is up on her OnlyFans with the old guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there a trailer for it?
No.
How much is her OnlyFans to join?
I'll find out.
So I mean, you got to be. You
got to be a nasty.
You're gonna watch her bang an 82-year-old guy. You should be arrested for that.
Well, should you be arrested for banging a quadriplegic?
Yeah, no, that's a service that she provided. A good woman.
That's a healthcare humanity. That's a healthcare hero, is it not?
Absolutely.
Any other way.
Really?
So when I found out that my mom was pregnant and by the same man as me, honestly, it was unexpected because again, we weren't trying at all for a baby, but I just like.
But us trailer park
I don't
trash
think there was
women. That's
ever
what we do.
What's that, Lemmy?
It's Gene, but I did send you his link to his YouTube.
What'd you say, Gene?
Trailer park women do that.
So this is trailer park trash?
Yeah, having babies when they were not planning on it.
Well, I mean,
We've all been together now for almost 2 years. Yeah.
Gene, I don't think that's regulated.
That's what he said.
That's not regulated down to the trailer park. Women
Pretty much.
Women not having babies when they're not supposed to.
Her subscription is $10 a month normally.
A year and a half.
A little bit over a year and a half.
All of us. Me
Got a
and
bingo
Nick
cat
started a
like mine.
relationship before, but we really only count now what's been the three of us because that's what really matters.
Be cool if he swatted him right
Wow.
outside his head. My cat would.
Your cat would walk up to him and give him
Swat him. Whop.
and give him the Muhammad Ali
Uhtred.
with claws.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Now here's what I gotta say. One, to me, the girlfriend's baby bump looks real. The mom's baby bump looks like she might be having one of those prosthetic kind.
Yeah.
She doesn't. Hers, and in my opinion, now Seth, you have seen a woman that's pregnant and has a baby bump, and you the most recent.
They're just sitting a little different. The other one's sitting straight up.
No, the girlfriend looks like she's really got one, and the mom looks like she's kind of got like maybe a prosthetic gimmick.
No, when little Nick and Nicole gets here.
Oh, girl and a boy, huh? We already know.
Life since going viral has been fun, and the best part about it for me is the fact that we inspired so many people and so many new relationships. A lot of guys reached out.
It makes me want to run out and go do Sarah's mom.
She's cute as the girlfriend. Look how beautiful. Look how cute she is.
That guy's stupid.
That guy's stupid?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's making like he's so proud of it and that everybody ought to do it.
Well,
it's stupid.
They're both attractive.
Hey, whose kids is that? Oh, that's my grandson, stepson. What?
I don't know what son
what
it
I'm
is.
saying?
It's mine. It's my baby. I don't know what you call it.
It's my daughter over here, and my boyfriend, and her and her husband.
Me and a lot of guys that's been doing this for a while as well with the mother and daughter.
No, hold on. I didn't know there was a lot of guys doing this sort of thing.
So it's just been a beautiful thing to see people living their truth and being happy.
It really has been. It's amazing to be able to share our love and inspire others to try out like an unconventional relationship style, because the relationship that we have, the marriage we have.
This has got Gene Lasker full lathered. He is full hot on the deal. Gene is full hot on this deal. Are you
This
not?
is a gimmick to make money because it's stupid.
Gene, I'm just playing it for buddy. I'm just trying to get your everybody's natural reaction. It's a newsworthy story. We got a SpaceX Starship, spaceship star rocket that's going to blow up here momentarily.
Black dude wanting 2 tokens instead of 1.
I don't think any of us.
This is just a
That's
black
all.
guy. This is just a black guy that wants 2 tokens instead of 1. That's all this is.
I've ever been happier.
Look at this.
Has anything changed since the last interview?
So much has changed, actually, since our last
A few
interview.
more
I
wrinkles
don't
on
know.
your old face, huh?
Yeah, you know what, Gene? If she didn't have a wrinkle on her face, this would put one on her, right?
That's what I'm saying.
If you could tell, but
Now, she's got a wedding band on. So, if you want to add a wrinkle to this whole deal...
So she's the boss.
Is she married to another man?
No, it looks like she's married to him, and then that's his girlfriend?
No.
But I think it's all just a big
hold
skit.
on. Are they...
They're all in a relationship.
No, hold on. My question is this. Are her and her related?
Yeah, that's her mom.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's her mom.
Yes.
So he's married to her mom.
Supposedly.
And
so mom's putting up with the girl doing them, not the girl putting up with mom doing them.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Man,
let's get the story straight.
We're both welcoming Nick's children. She's going to be having Nick
they're
Jr.
both pregnant, that's for sure.
Hold on. They're breaking it down.
Oh, honey. And I'm going to be having Nicole. We're very excited to both be, having his children. We're excited to welcome 2 new members of the family, and having a baby alongside my mom is the most exciting and beautiful thing.
Yeah, okay.
God.
Tell me about that one. Let's go spitting it out and you're screaming.
Could have never expected it.
Well, and what's
Hold on, let's see what she's got. That's who I want to see. What's she got to say?
really fun too is that Nicole will be my granddaughter, my first granddaughter.
Yeah, this is going to be her first granddaughter, and her baby's also going to be my little sibling. So it's going
so there.
So
we're all stupid.
So the baby's going to be her mama's first grandchild, but mama's baby is going to be her
sister.
It looks like they're in a...
Explain that in school, little girl, huh? How's your life now?
They've been in a living relationship for 2 years. The guy met Jade on the left, who in a shoot along with her mom in an OnlyFans shoot.
It's going to be
living
super
brother.
exciting.
So I believe it was on camera.
Who found
So
out?
he fell in love with the hoe.
I think he did both of them on camera.
Who found out they were pregnant first? Hold on.
They both kind of found out they were pregnant almost around the same time.
Yeah, we weren't thinking much of it, but we got some tests just
family
to,
that pukes together
see,
stays
make
together.
sure. And we counted to 3, and Nick flipped the tests over, and they were both positive.
Oh my God. We're both pregnant. Oh my God.
Oh my God! Where's the shotgun? Let's go into the car. Let's go into the garage and put the door down.
I'm gonna have a grandbaby. I'm gonna have a sister.
Yeah, it was like the best moment of my life.
Yeah.
honestly.
I thought I was just humoring them. I didn't think at my age I could actually get pregnant again, but it's a miracle.
Yeah.
Our miracle
Well, when they don't
baby.
like you.
It really is.
Dude, no more 50-50, and you're broke.
Babies.
Oh
I mean, we were definitely trying for a baby. I feel like we more expected Jade because Danny already has, she's had 2 kids, Jade and her brother. So we were more like focused.
The brother's disgusted by it.
Man.
He's already moved out.
He done ran away.
He actually moved out of state. He's like, I do not want any part of this.
Nothing.
Unless he's managing the OnlyFans. He could be managing the OnlyFans and getting in on that action because, one would think that, let me flip over to the OnlyFans portion of this, Lummy, I think, which is this, right? This is what we were watching earlier.
Yeah.
I just, I don't think there was ever a moment in my mind where, I was upset about it. It was pure joy and bliss for me, to know that I get to carry a baby alongside the woman who birthed me.
That's real. That's real common.
And they be
our
related.
baby's going to share that, DNA from the same man, and he's been so supportive and sweet. And
what's he do for a living?
YouTube.
How many followers has he got?
3.2 million.
Yeah. So
and she does OnlyFans,
and he still probably files for.
Just easy, Gene.
I couldn't imagine things any other way now.
He files. Just easy.
I got a look from
Lummy that shut me right up.
Yeah, it did. Lummy's like, Gene.
He looked over like,
don't stereotype the black guy that files for anything.
Whatever you're thinking right now, think about it. Don't say it.
Yeah, shut your mouth.
That's right.
Those brand new teeth of yours. Quiet.
Potato chips dipped in ice cream to pizza drizzled with chocolate.
But when you first met Danny, was there an initial attraction? Because I know that you wanted me loyal to
they
Jade.
were skinny then.
But when you saw her, were you like, what went through your head?
When I first saw Danny, it was I was shocked. I was like, man, she's so beautiful. You know what I mean? And I'm like, that's what I'm going to have when
she gets older.
She's older. And I'm excited for it.
I will tell you this, man. The daughter is pretty attractive.
I'll see what.
she ain't never going to be as ugly as mom when she gets older.
She's pretty attractive now.
She looks more like her dad.
She's got a lot of. She's carrying a lot of baggage at this juncture.
Yeah.
If I saw her in the bar.
Yeah, but would you go with a
face.
daughter-mom mix-in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would.
A mix-in is not having babies. To grow up together.
A mix-in. See, you got to understand, Lummy, when you asked me for a mix-in, I got a vasectomy. So I don't got to worry about impregnating anybody.
It don't matter. Aim in a different place.
So when she came in on the relationship, it was just the best of both worlds,
Jade, how does it make you feel hearing that? Does that kind of, do you have any jealousy that sparks knowing that?
And I wonder if when they do it, do they do it singular, where he's with the girl, he's with the younger woman, and then when they get done, he goes over to mom, or are they doing it all three together, which makes it even more kind of problematic? I think, I got to think, Seth, if the OnlyFans world is the more bizarre, the more opportunity you might have to score some, then I'm thinking that it's simultaneously that they're doing it, mom and daughter, at the same time. Rather than, hey, I'm over at the daughter's room for 10 minutes and then me flip over to mom's.
So this is something you could pay to watch?
Yeah. You want to pay?
No.
Your man thought that your mom was attractive?
And here's the deal, Gene. They probably, honest to God,
make a lot of money.
Making $50,000 to $100,000 a month.
Yeah, they're doing it at the same time.
Remember when we had Sunny Days in here, Lummy?
Yeah.
She was making, I think she drove up on her Ferrari.
No, not Sunny Days.
Who was that girl?
Brandy Love.
Brandy Love. I was talking to her privately about having her back to do a podcast, right?
Yes.
But she was going to LA at the time to shoot content with black guys. and she texted me and said, listen, I don't really have a date that I can even give you. I'm booked for and then after I go to LA, then I'm going to England and then I'm going to Hawaii. So she had 2 months planned. And she told me, no, Shannon told me, because Shannon has got to be pretty close to her.
Yeah.
That she was making, legitimately, this comes from pretty good source, $300,000 a month on OnlyFans. 300. That's almost $4 million a year for just being a MILF that sleeps with, dudes.
So they both do OnlyFans at the same time with each other. They're in the same films.
So it's him, mom, and daughter all at the same video.
And then other videos
might be one-offs.
No, they're both. There are a lot of them together.
Okay, of who together?
The mom and the daughter
together.
Yes.
Let me ask somebody who doesn't.
And Leroy's not even in the order before.
No.
Would you say, Seth?
Let me ask somebody who doesn't believe any aspect of this. Is there?
I'm seeing videos. Yes.
Is there proof that this is actually a mother and a daughter?
Yes.
No, honestly,
sick.
these are my two favorite people in the whole world. I love them both so much, and so knowing that
she is so attractive. This girl is so attractive.
You can look pretty and be stupid.
they share the same love for each other that I share for them,
You've had a few.
is really
easy, Gene. You can be pretty and look stupid. ... You've had a few. Have you stopped eating since the day how many donuts are you going to eat today?
Just one. I just pick off a little piece at a time.
Oh, you got any left?
Maybe 2 little pieces. You want one?
There's a whole bag over here, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, hand the bag over.
What do you need, a Boston curler?
No, I don't.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
You seen him, Seth Kushner.
Unfortunately, that's what I was looking up when I was trying to.
Unfortunately, of course, he has to put unfortunately in there.
Oh man, and I just don't.
You want me to bring my laptop over?
No. I just don't. I'm just gonna stay not believing. I'm just gonna stay not.
They were on the Bang Bus.
They're on Bang Bus?
Yeah, that's one of them. They were both diddling themselves. And then apparatuses were used on each other.
By each other?
By each other. The daughter was using it on her mom, and then the mom was on the. I looked it up, and they said they supposedly have ID.
Man, I hurt my knee a couple weeks back, and that's bitch is killing me.
What'd you do, Mike?
I walked and tripped over some 4x4 or 5x5 aluminum tubing that was laying on the ground by my trailer. When I was opening up my shop in the morning, it was blind and it was dark, and I'm too stupid to use a flashlight, because I think I know what I'm doing. I hit that ramp, I hit them bars, and fell right on my face. I think my left knee, as it hit the beam, it bent it backwards,
Hyperextended it.
Woo, it's sore. Only, from sitting down, I'm comfortable. And standing up after I get going, I'm comfortable.
It's just getting going.
Yeah, man, I just cannot stand straight up quickly. I gotta stand there for a minute. Do I got any more thumbs up?
1,400.
No way. And so that's the most ever?
No. 17. So you have to hit 18
by the end of the day.
Uh-huh.
I still got 2 hours.
You got an hour and 43 minutes.
That's plenty.
Open the door.
Oh, it's International Women's Day. Women's.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Today on the after show, Masker, you're already trying to size up the
Well, I asked for it when you're the king. I'm in the lead.
Wow.
I'm even got my people already told me they're gonna beat the 1800 by the 10 o'clock mark too.
He's on a good pace, Bobby. So with 1500.
See, my people are, they hang with me. Good or bad. Even though I don't know a lot of words sometimes, they hang with me. They believe in me. They know I'm a champion.
Just letting you go. I'm just letting you go on.
They hang with me. They know I'm a champion. Bubba should be flipping out right now that some numbnut like myself took the belt that's very prestigious. It's not
Pretty
mine.
damn heavy too.
It's not. It's not your belt, Gene. Gene, I have to stand up to you.
It's on me at the moment. Excuse me?
That is some swag right there.
I'm just telling you, sometimes I have to stand up to you. And sometimes I have to tell you things you don't want to hear.
And you're telling me that I'm losing today?
No, I'm not telling you you're
it's
losing.
It's a fact.
Wyatt Harris,
Gene,
$50. Believe in Gene.
Gene.
I believe in Gene.
In order to get the belt.
I've never heard anybody believe in the smart face guy.
Why?
I mean the baby face.
Wyatt Harris, $30 about anybody for the powder coat king.
Seth, what a handful. He's the redneck unpolished version of you.
Really?
Yeah. You know what? If you were a caveman with limited communication skills and limited brain cells, you would be Gene Lasker.
That's kind of a compliment.
It very much is.
What's wrong with a caveman? We all came from there.
Yes, we did, Gene.
I just happened to want to be old school.
You just didn't evolve. You didn't evolve. You stayed caveman. So, Gene, sometimes I have to, and there's been times in our illustrious career, whether doing business or whether me driving a race car for you, or whether we traveled, we traveled many a times to different places from everywhere from Knoxville, Iowa to Indianapolis, Indiana.
Remember this, I made you win, so watch what you're saying.
Gene, you were my car owner and my crew chief when I won the Jacksonville 2000.
That's right.
2000 track champion. I was a 2000 track champion. So much. I mean, Lummy. It felt kind of good yesterday when Tony Stewart even recognized that I'm a former race car driver. Like Gene, that's kind of cool, right?
Dude, you were driving full-blown 360s, okay? You weren't driving limiteds.
So, anyway, Gene, I'm just telling you.
I got the belt.
I
just
know.
Get with it. Keep up.
Man, Tuesday's going to be awesome.
Keep up. Look at the thumbs up. You said you wanted thumbs up. I brought them.
Gene.
I got it.
Gene.
I want to hit 1,800 too.
You're halfway to getting the belt.
I'm halfway? I got to do this, 2 days in a row?
No. Gene, the belt currently belongs to Dan Diaco.
For what?
For his accomplishments. Now, I have to be the person that awards the belt. I am what they call the house. I'm the house.
John Kusika, $50 on the Bubba. Gene is the man.
Gene is the man, and the swag that he brings is second to none. His reasoning is second to none. And so I'm trying to reason with him. Sometimes when you reason with Gene, you got to break it down like you're talking to a kid in fourth grade. And so
when you reason with Dan, you give him stuff like the belt.
No. Dan earned.
Come on, Bubba.
Dan earned.
Tell the truth.
Dan earned.
I got it, baby, that guy.
Dan earned the belt for that day. For that day, he earned the belt.
Okay,
now, it's because he broke both. No, let me. He broke the quicker to 1,000.
Yes.
And overall thumbs, he broke both of those records, and he was given the belt.
I'm not trying to be a dick. He didn't break the overall record. He broke the 1,000.
He didn't?
No. So you gave the belt to the wrong dude.
No,
I didn't. I gave the belt. First of all, Gene, it's my belt to give, and if I wanted to give,
it's sitting right behind me. What are you going to do about it?
Well, if necessary, if I
get in here, get the belt from Blasker.
If I have to, we've been physical before, you and I. Unless you
just because you won before, don't mean you can win today.
I can win today, but here's the deal: I don't know what you got. You could shoot me. You could stab.
I would never shoot you or stab you.
You could stab me.
I'll poke you in the eye, though.
You don't fight fair
because you don't need your eye to work.
So I don't want to fight you because you might whip my ass nowadays. But you do got a bum knee. I know.
Yes, I do. So I got a bum knee,
so
man.
you told on yourself.
I know.
Earlier on when you were leaving, you're like, "Let me tell you something, man. I tripped over some tubing,
and I
hyperextended my knee.
3 weeks and it's still sore.
And I'm telling you right now, man. And when I sit, I'm okay, but when I get up, man.
I'm not walking for a while. I'm okay, but man, the initial getting up, I gotta
Gene,
stand still.
we're both a little tweaked. We're both a lot older than we used to be when we used to go hand to hand. And you told me okay, as much as you're going to try to gouge my eye out, I'm going right for that knee. I'm kicking the hell out of that knee.
Well, all I can tell you is, I'm glad you got to see me, folks, and you see the belts on me. So don't get that picture real quick. Boom, boom.
Seth, as your new best friend over here, do you approve of this?
And, here's the other thing. The bonding that Seth and Gene has had today is very, very, very refreshing, I should say.
Well, it's going to be a great show on Tuesday when Dan and Gene are both in here.
Right. Now, Gene...
And I just take the belt from him because Big Daddy ain't here to save him.
Here's the deal. Gene.
Dan can't do nothing to me.
Gene, here's the deal.
He might be athletic, but he's not.
Gene, here's the deal.
What?
That belt can be yours. I mean, if you
look at the history of belts.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is you're damn near there having that hardware on your shoulder legitimately. You didn't take it. You went over there and just took it.
I don't feel that you would ever give me the belt.
I'm telling you right now.
Wyatt Harris gifted 5 memberships on YouTube.
Even Seth Kushner will tell you, knowing that I'm a fair person, that if you hit 1,800 thumbs up, that belt is on your shoulder.
Whoa, new money, Lance, $100.
Seth, is there any you say it like it is, but is there any question in your mind? Could you tell Gene honestly, as an unbiased opinion, that if indeed he hits 1,800, which would be he'd have both records, fastest to 1,000 and the most, that I would gladly put that belt on him?
Yes, I agree that you would, but he is going to break the record, so what's the big deal if he takes the belts a little early?
Well, we don't know.
Because we know it's coming.
We don't. Gene, that's like saying, you know what, I'll tell you. No, I'm going to tell you this. Remember when we used to pull out of East Bay?
The people have spoken.
No, they have not. The people have spoken.
The people are in the middle of talking.
The people will have spoken when that thumbs up hits 1.8. Then they have spoken, and then that's when you will hear... And you will have the hardware. And then Tuesday when you're here with Dan, he is going to be a hot mess because you legitimately have...
Because Seth's going to play that music when I walk in.
Well, Seth will remind Dan there has been a belt change.
Well, I hope on Monday when he's not wearing the belt, he realizes that.
The only way that you will not have the belt on Tuesday is if Dan shatters your record on Monday. Yeah. but hopefully, Lummy or whoever is hitting this music Tuesday morning at 6:01.
Oh, yeah.
Saying, indeed, Gene Lasker is the champion. And Gene,
I don't want to take away from the show ever. I want you to get thumbs up every day.
Ty Peroshi, $10.
But my peeps need to just don't peep on Dan on Monday. We can just do.
You need to tell your Laskerites out there, your Lasker Mania, that listen, keep it down on Monday. Keep Dan quelled, because if you do get it today, he's gonna be a little bitch, just going crazy trying to get it on Monday.
Yeah, he'll try to buy everybody.
Well, tell the Laskerites, the Lasker Mania, not to go for it. To stick it with the real man.
That's right.
So, and you know what? You're literally less than 200 away, and you got 90 minutes to get it. If I was a betting man, Lummy, I think he'll get it. I think that hardware will be on his shoulder by the end of the day. He shattered the first to 1,000 record, shattered it by 15 minutes.
Yep.
And those thumbs up, man, if they hit 1,800, that hardware is yours, my friend. I just can't have you rolling up in here taking it, boss hogging like you do most everything else.
Dot of Water's bald spot, 1,000 bits.
Don't you want to, Gene, let me ask you a question. Would you rather win because the first place guy got DQ'd and you finished second, or would you rather have straightawayed him and won by a half a straightaway legitimately?
Winning's winning.
Well, I'm
going to the pay window.
I'm just saying.
I'd rather pass him on the outside turn fork.
Right, exactly.
And only lead like 4 inches.
Give the fans a hell of a show.
Yeah, make them stand.
Get up there on the cushion, and your momentum takes you around. You beat them by a half a car length, 7 inches. And that's because you figured up your transponder.
All my people are standing up right now and giving me some thumbs.
So I want you to win this legitimately, my friend. I really do. It would make me. It would make.
No, you don't.
Yes.
You're
Gene,
on Dan's side.
No, I'm not. I'm on your Gene.
I heard what did I hear on the show the other day? That you are Dan's people.
Well, okay. Then why don't you ask everybody that's in the studio right now if they think that I am more loyal to Dan or more loyal to you? And so you have 2 people to ask, and both will probably tell you the truth. Dan, starting with you, Lummy.
Oh, dang it.
See? He doesn't have to spell it out.
There you go.
You're a Dan man.
Seth, am I a Dan or Gene man?
You're a Dan
man. All day long.
Wow.
You said Dan was your best friend the other day.
That's right.
Wow.
You never bring up Gene. You always bring up the Diacos and Jimmy Clevis.
If I'm not here, he don't bring me up.
It's the Diacos and Jimmy Clevis.
Right.
It's Jimmy Clevis, the Diaco.
I don't remember.
Hold on. Here's my very best friends in life.
Right? I have been in that clause before.
You are. Let me just.
But I just want to let me tell everybody. Let me tell you a truth that happened in your life and my life. I'm a pretty good businessman, okay, and I make a decent living. I'm not Dan money, but I can buy anything I want.
Cliff Mitchell,
okay?
Gene Thumbs,
but when we got into a bind and lost a show, I walked over there to you and with my paperwork of my ownership of my business and said, "Here, I'm going to give you 50% of my business. I'm making around $350,000 a year profit, but I'm going to give you 50% of it, and then I'm going to go open up another one. So me and you are going to own half and half of this one that's already making the money, and I'm going to go open up another one."
Let me tell you something. There were 3 people. There were 4 people. When I was at my very lowest in 2016, 2017, there were 4 people that gave me job opportunities. 1, Tom Bean. Tom Bean says, "Listen, I'll get you to be a regional manager of Domino's within a year. I'll get you a store. You're pretty sharp. You're a pretty hard worker. You can manage people decently. I'll give you, you'll make $150,000 within 2 or 3 years." Richard Fabrizi, and he was going to make me a regional sales manager for roofing. Larry Plummer, who's going to give me a pretty
back in the mowing parks,
pretty good job there. Best live, but also an opportunity to live with him to get back on my feet. And then Gene called me over one day. True story. Said, "Hey, what are you doing there, big boy? I know you ain't got a job, so why don't you come over?" I said, "I'll be over in a little bit." I sit down. This is at his very first powder coating place, which is off this Anderson Road, over there by where the movie theater is. Let me, exactly where it's at. Over there where that where they make the sports clothing and stuff like that.
Right next door.
And he had a shop, and he said, "Hey, let me tell you," and he had his paperwork for his business. He goes, "Let me tell you something. Here's 12 months of my business, and the business does about $350,000-$400,000." And he goes, "I got my eye on this other place, which is over by the stadium. And I'm going to order me a new oven, and it's going to be better than this place. But I'm going to give you half of this place. You're going to have to stay here for about a month to learn how to do it. But I'm going to give you 2 workers, and you'll be the boss man. But you're going to have to powder coat. Now, you're not just going to sit in the office all day. You're going to be doing...
Sometimes.
He's like, you're going to be doing quotes. Most of the time, you're just going to be doing quotes, giving people stuff like that, loading stuff up, got a forklift. And he said, you'll make $150 your first year. And you can have half of it.
What made you, Gene? What made you want to give him that offer? And had you offered that to anybody else in your life before?
I ain't never offered that to nobody in my whole life. I mean, why would I give my business away that I worked hard for?
Creeds and Travis, $100.
He was just my friend. We were friends, and I knew that I could get bigger by having a loyal person, making sure my 50% I get it all. Yeah. And I would give
and you knew I wasn't going to steal from you.
Right. So I knew I could get bigger by having someone like him with me.
Right. So I had those 4 people.
He turned me down. I don't work for you.
Well, no, but I mean, I was trying. I was actually, Gene, just trying to stay in radio. I was trying to stay in my skill set.
But wasn't it nice to know that you had that weight? You had that as a.
It was. I will be forever in debt to those people. And the Diacos stepped up too. They're like, listen, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a doctor. That's the business that they're in.
What did Dan say? You could do front desk at the office or something?
No, but they're like, listen, we got you. You're not gonna be homeless. Like I had just so many people.
You would have been the Diaco family assistant.
No, let me tell you what Fabrizi did. And this makes me almost want to cry. But Gene gave 5. So listen to this. When I was really hurting and I couldn't make my house payment, Fabrizi got on the phone and called all the boys, Billy Bullers, Jimmy Clevis, the Diacos, Tom Bean, Gene Lasker, Sumo, and everybody, and raised like $35,000 for me. Everybody giving $2 or $3 or $4,000 to keep me in my house for 2 or 3 extra months.
Damn, Fabrizi did a GoFundMe just over the phone.
He did, yeah. Fabrizi did a Fabrizi, yeah. He did. So next thing you know, I got a call from Lasker. Hey, is the thing that Fabrizi...
Because I didn't know whether he was just taking me.
No, so he's
gangstering me.
Well, because he was kind of gangstering. He was like... he was like,
making sure you got it.
He's like, listen, this is when things like this happens, the family sticks together, And, no matter whatever you can give, $2,500, $3,000, $5,000 for, Richard put in $5. I think Tom put in $5. Billy Buller's put in $5. Gene put in $5. Jimmy Cleavis put in $5. Diaco's put in $5. I think Kevin put some money in. And they raised, money for me to be able to stay in my house another couple months while it was for sale so it wouldn't get foreclosed upon. And, those are good friends. And I have so many of those, but I was so humbled by my really, Sumo, Tony, they all put in some money. And you know how humbling that is, because none of them want paid back. Nobody gave, nobody, and I've offered every one of them. Hey, let me.
That's got to be the best part of being rich, isn't it? Is being able to help people when they need it.
You're pretty rich and you're pretty cool when your best buddy is down on his luck and one of his best buddies calls up for a collection and you can scratch off $5. It's pretty cool.
7-Eleven with $5.
Is that the 7-Eleven? Is that the 7-Eleven?
Yeah.
Tell him to. Bubba, he doesn't have to give money, does he?
No, you don't have to.
You got Monster too. It's in the fridge. You got to bring it in.
Yeah, just bring me that. So anyway, Gene,
I'm drinking one of them.
So Gene, you've always been one of my, the Gene Laskers, the Jimmy Cleavises, the Tom Beans, the Fabrizis, the Sumos, the Tony Stewarts. The Diacos, Brian Matroni. You know what? As much of a little prick as you think he is and as mean as he is, he scratched me off some.
I don't know. You probably don't remember because when we worked out together, I told you could come and work at the fish place. And you looked at me like I was an idiot.
You can work at the fish place.
He left,
counting fish.
He left you out of every
counting groupers.
No,
Did he leave you out?
No, I didn't leave him out.
No,
that was way after when that happened.
Well, that was when Joey Logano was stealing and blind. We were trying to get back, but here's what Lummy said. Here's what Lummy said. When we get off the show, I have about 4 to 6 hours of fish business that I do. If you'd like to come over to the warehouse, I'll teach you how to sling this fish. And you can probably make 25 or 30 grand.
Yeah, run the warehouse.
Run the warehouse, and you know what? I wouldn't have left the cooler unplugged and killed all the fish like Stone Joey Logano would have done.
I'm glad that didn't happen, Lummy, because he would have ended up being your boss somehow, and you would have.
100%.
And Lummy, please know that I don't.
Hold on, but
I don't throw you to the side or anything. I'm as loyal to you as I am anybody, and I know how you offered that to me, and I'm so very grateful. And let's not forget my sister too.
Yeah, listen, when I hear those offers now, I know why.
She going to train you to answer the phone?
Well, yeah. Do you know what?
Yo, power pig, I'm burning.
Do you know what my sister said I would have made the first year? 300.
Oh, God.
Yeah, So, but here's the deal. I didn't have to pick any of them because I had every one of them that helped me out a little bit to get started. Tom Bean paid for all the cameras when we first started to Twitch. I think the initial I think the whole switcher and all it was 25 grand. Tom paid for that. Never been paid back. Doesn't want to be paid back.
Should we start making small installments to him?
No.
Okay.
I think he just opened up his 106th Domino's.
You lucked up
okay.
getting with him, didn't you?
Let me tell you this, and I don't know if he's listening or not. He doesn't listen to the show a lot. He's been my agent since 1993. He has absolutely done more for me than any human being in the world. To the point where when I was in legal trouble and I couldn't afford to pay an attorney, he read, listen to this. Now, everybody knows what it's like to read a legal brief or a page from a legal complaint. Tom Bean, because I could not afford my federal attorney to pay his hourly fee to have one of his paralegals read it, Tom Bean read 88,000 pages of legal briefs.
Damn.
Now, hold on. And within that 88,000 pages of legal briefs, he found the red herring that I needed to get out of trouble. And they had mixed it in. They didn't tell you where it was. It was like on page 56,000. But when he had an office up here upstairs, Lummy, where Merch Crick's office is now, he had just a little office, and he would literally stay here till 9 or 10 o'clock reading legal briefs. And the people that were suing me, they would not put page 1, 2, 3, 4. They'd put page 1, then page 10, then page 4,560, then page 3. He single-handedly probably has kept me alive, not only physically, but certainly career-wise. And that's not to underscore all the great other people that I mentioned, the Fabrizis and the Jeans and the Diacos and the Jimmy Cleavis did so much for me, my mom and my sister and everybody. But Tom Bean, I'll never be able to repay him. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to do something good for him because of what he has done for me. There'd be times back in like 15, 16, Lummy, when we had just got fired from Bubba 98.7, and Manson still worked here and had a pretty big. He was making $90,000 a year, and we weren't making $90,000 a year, and the payroll would come up, and I'd be $3,400 short on payroll, and Tom would just put it in. He'd put it in. Then he'd have a meeting with me and says, "Man, you got to get rid of that guy. He's killing you." And I would say, "I can't, Tom. I can't get rid of him. He's with me for 22, 23. I can't get." And you know what? The greatest thing happened to my career is he quit. He quit. Him quitting probably saved my career.
You would have never asked him to take a pay cut?
That was my next meeting I had to have with him, but he wouldn't have. His ego, and he thought he would have never done it.
Nah,
he would have never done it. So it all,
his wife wouldn't have let him.
It worked. It all worked out for the best. It really, 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 really did. But there were many a times where Tom was scratching off 3,100, 2,900.
But if you'd have became a district manager for Domino's and then owned your own store, you'd have got huge.
Oh, I know.
I think he missed that opportunity, Gene.
But hold on, Gene. Look at this. Look at all the opportunities I have where I could have gotten really rich. Let's just take yours, for example. Let's say I take that you end up selling that powder coat in place for like $400 or whatever you sold it for.
I sold it for $1 million too.
Okay, that's what I meant, $1 million too. I forgot what you sold.
Hell yeah.
It for. So you sold it, but let's say you didn't sell it for $1 million too, and you got me in there, and I got
half of that.
And I would have gotten $600.
Yeah,
and then you probably would have brought me over to your place
and did it again.
We probably would have done it again. So I had unbelievable upside with you. For Breezy, I mean his top roof guys make $300. His top roof guys make $300. And you know when it rains and when hurricanes come, what's the first thing people need?
Roof.
Roof. He owns the largest roofing company in the state of Florida.
And he's the high-end guy.
Oh, yeah, he's the high-end guy. He's not, Johnny, put a blue tarp over your roof and we'll be there next week.
You own a house on the water, you got to go to him.
Yeah. And then, my sister, and then there were so many upsides to all the offers that I got, but I wanted to try to hang on to the trade that I knew.
If you had to take one of the offers, Bubba, even your sister's, adding that into the equation, what would you have taken? Work with the Diacos, work with Gene, work with Tom, or your sister.
Either Tom or Gene.
The funnest gig would have been with me because he'd have made money and had a good time and been in the element of rednecks. Easy. Tom could have been a top dog.
Tom,
but
Gene,
with his sister, he's going to be hanging with multi-million-dollar people that are talking down to him, and he wouldn't put up with that.
No.
And he'd have to be a different person, too.
Tom, Gene, or Fabrizi.
Yeah.
That would have been the three.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, Gene, or Fabrizi. And every one of them, man, I would have made money. And been okay.
Right. Rednecks or food.
And so, Gene, I never do thank you enough. You are, as much as I get on you.
Give him a hug, Bubba.
What's that?
Give him a hug. I feel like this is a great moment right now.
I'd give him a hug. I'd give him a kiss. I love him so much.
Is that after you give him the belt?
Well, I tell you.
Thanks, Lummy.
Hold on, Lummy.
Yeah, he'll hug me and kiss me, but he won't give me no belt now, huh?
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Mike Thurman, $5 in the Bubba Army Super Tips. Shrimp on the treadmill.
I have a feeling when Dan comes in next week, we're going to ask Dan what he offered Bubba. We're going to find out it was some really exorbitant package that Bubba's forgetting about.
No, the Diancos just said they're so like, we got you. Like we whatever you need.
Do you think you would have been running errands for the family?
No.
You know how to get things though. Like you'd be handling Dan's roof and shit.
No, I don't. I don't know what I would have been doing.
A houseboy, right? Is that what it is? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude.
No, not a houseboy. But Gene's right. I would have been driving a forklift and fucking loading up shit. And,
and having a good time doing it, you know.
And then Gene and I probably would have put some race cars together and fucking been racing.
Build a couple hot rods and sold them. You know, I do a lot of other things too. You know.
Fabrizi was going to buy my house and lease it back to me, but I couldn't afford the lease back.
You couldn't even afford to help him break even?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, breaking even was $10K.
Jesus. Bubba would be the Kato Kalen to the Diacos. Oh man, you'd live in the carriage house. You and Dad would have an OnlyFans right now.
They're saying Berto Perez is saying Gene's going to be the ultimate triple threat. The fastest to 1,000, the fastest to 1,700, and the fastest to 1,800.
Yeah, you may hit 2,000.
Gene might hit fucking 2K and make it so that nobody can even come. Gene may lap the whole fucking field.
Hey, Mike, I don't know the exact. What's the cut of the YouTube to the super tips? We get more on super tips, right?
Yeah. Bubba Army Tips.
BubbaArmyTips.com.
I'm not sure what it is, Mike. I just know the tips is where you get the most bang for sending in your bucks.
A lot bigger bang.
Lot bigger bang. Gene, have you seen the documentary?
No,
I watched it a little bit, but I didn't pay attention to it like I need to.
He didn't see himself enough. Turned it off.
He's not in it, Bubba, is he?
No.
He's in it.
I was on the couch that one moment when we was doing that one thing.
Yeah.
He finally sent it to us, Gene. I watched it last week.
I saw Gene once. You're on the couch.
I was on the couch, yeah.
You know what sucks, though, is seeing clips from, 2000, whatever, 10, 11, 06, and it looks like it was from 40 years ago.
Oh, those, yeah.
One of the greatest things we ever did that was with me on the show was when I designed the cross, the
torture rack.
The torture rack. And
Brooke
built
Wyatt.
it and explained it and did
And then
my
we put a
homework.
firecracker in your pants.
Berto.
Remember that?
Big Dent. Joe.
Oh, man. And it worked. It sure torture you.
Lunger.
Sure did work. I couldn't get the fuck out of it.
What a good idea, huh?
Great idea. Dan had that for a while.
Let me. What's the poll today?
What did Dan do with it?
The poll is just about leaving a thumbs up.
Oh.
It's one we're doing every day.
Thanks, Freddie. You too, man.
Sean H., $20 in the Bubba Army.
Hope you're doing good. What's up, Tees?
Tips.com. Love Gene. That's Healthy Boy. Mike Thurman. Another 5, testing the site.
Gene on Salvia.
Wonder why I don't got many haters.
We need to release that again. Gene on Salvia.
Oh my God! You guys should have sued.
You thought you were with the devil that day.
At that time, you had millions.
Dude, that's some of the worst shit.
Could have got your. I'd owned that damn Austin Manaldi, whatever the hell you drove that Jaguar.
How much money you want to spend, Mike? You tell me how much you got. I'll tell you, and tell me what sport. There's a lot of A lot of stuff's out now. Some stuff on the higher end.
So can Ricky Jones.
Hey, in the trading card business, I got some NASCAR trading cards.
You do?
Some old school ones.
Really? I've seen.
Some Bill Elliott's.
You want me to bring them in and you can go through them?
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, I got all of our Tony Stewart stuff signed.
Oh, nice.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today at 10:30, I'll have Anthony Cumia, formerly from Opie and Anthony, just signed a new deal with 77 WABC to do a weekend show. It's a huge, huge, huge franchise in New York City. In fact, Roger Stone does an hour every night, Monday through Friday, 8 to 9. For those that are waiting for my documentary to come out, Roger Stone appears on my documentary. Seth was like, I'm watching episode 2, and then all of a sudden Roger Stone comes in and drops the mic, and I was like, oh, shiz. This is for real.
It was just, like I said, I'm not like a Roger Stone guy or anything. I mean, I appreciate that he comes on the show, but yeah, just the way they had it set up when he walked on, I got goosebumps, and I was like, what's wrong with me?
He looked good, though, didn't he? I mean, just the whole setup and everything.
It looks like he's got a Benjamin Button reverse agent gimmick going on.
Lummy, did you see Make Powder Coating great again? $10.
Shrimp on the treadmill, $10.
Shrimp on the treadmill. Gene Lasker, I think it would be pretty. I'm not telling you.
Somebody's got that name now?
Yeah. I'm not.
That's great.
That comes from your wife's research, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you. Love you, Sarah.
I love you, Sarah.
Love you, Sarah. That's the best thing ever to happen to you.
Oh,
remember that crazy? Remember that crazy bitch you were dealing with? That Russian crazy bitch you were dealing with before?
Come on, man! Don't even remind me.
I'm just saying. Hold on. You took a couple swipes at my exes today, bitch.
You banged a Russian? Hell yeah, Gene. That's American right now.
He had this one Russian bitch. It was just absolutely a bad person. Just a very bad person.
Yeah.
And we were trying to tell you she was a bad person. And thank God Sarah somehow rolled into your life
rolled in
at that time because you guys...
She was with some guy that was a friend of a friend and walked right by me, and I looked up and said, why don't I got one of them?
Well, I got one of them. And she was miserable. The guy was a dick.
Yeah.
And Gene was miserable, and his chick was a bitch.
And she come over telling me how she was a pilot, and she was this and that, and giggling, and I went, hey, you about as dumb as a bag of rocks. And she looked at me like, great, I said took it cool, So I don't know. I kind of fell in love with her right about then.
Gene, I think that you'll probably be having that hardware here soon. I see the thumbs up at 1700.
Woo! That's my people.
And that's all he has to do.
Rednecks stick together.
All he has to do is
they like black people.
Hit 18. They like what? They like black people?
They're like them. They're like them.
Rednecks are like black people where
they stick together.
Well, not only that, but they get screwed with a little bit, and rednecks stick together.
Right.
You
have to do that.
Lummy, did you see this? I feel sorry for this poor flight attendant because honestly...
What happened to her?
She twerked. Now, hold on. There was nobody on the plane. Let me just walk everybody through this. There was nobody on the plane. And it was like, when the plane, either the first flight of
somebody was on it, they seen it.
Well, her friend, who's a flight attendant, and her.
She was a Democrat.
We're getting. Oh, no, what do you mean she's a Democrat?
The one that was watching.
How do you know that she's a Democrat?
Because she told on her.
He's right. Democrats they're rats.
Yeah.
All right. That's your words.
They hate on each other.
Those are your words, not mine.
Two.
I'd like to try to get through this story.
Okay.
So this girl, much like, let me
think she's cute?
I think she's cute, yeah. I think she's cute. Very.
Is she black or Chinese black?
Who cares? Black and or Chinese black works for me. Both works for me. I think Chinese black might even work more so for me.
Well, that's what you're looking at.
So, Lummy, you know, like if you're the first flight of the morning, because that plane got in at night, the way planes are routed or dispatched is like, you know, they'll have a plane come in like at 11 o'clock at night, and then the crew will get off the plane, go stay at a local hotel, you know, close by, and then, you know, they got an 8 a.m. departure the next morning. That plane sits there at night. The guys work on it. They fuel it up. The maintenance the cleaning crew comes in and vacuums it all and clean stuff like that, and then the flight attendants get on first and make sure everything's all situated and things, and then the pilots get on, and then they start, you know, loading the plane for the people at the gate. But there's a time where there's nobody on that plane except for the 2 or 3 flight attendants. They usually are on before the captains. And this girl, I don't know what Alaska. Okay. Twerking flight attendant who was fired by Alaska Airlines for twerking on a plane breaks down in tears during her new interview. Nellie Dalala says that she was just twerking because she was so proud of herself. I was proud of myself that I've came so far. I mean, maybe she was a fellow, you know, maybe a bigger girl, and she didn't feel so good about twerking when she was a little heavier, and then she got maybe she lost a little bit of weight. She's like, you know, now I can twerk.
Yeah.
I didn't think that the video and my post and the way that I was dancing would be deemed inappropriate. She raised a whooping she tried to make money on the deal.
There you go.
Dalalia has hold on. She's raised $3,000 in 2 months for a GoFundMe. I think maybe potentially maybe go after Alaska Airlines
because she lost her job.
They fired her. Now I can see where they would fire her if this was when people were on the plane.
Attendant who's twerking cost her dream job.
So you can see there's nobody on the plane.
Flight attendant who's twerking cost her dream job.
I didn't think that.
And that's all she did.
I thought that's what they did anyway.
Cost her dream job.
Gene, I want to fly on there. I'm flying Tuesday.
Well, you know, all the attendants usually, you know,
twerking cost her dream job.
Touch you while they're giving you your drink and pat you on.
Hold on.
They're made for that.
Hold on.
What is that?
8:59:40, Lummy.
Man, I'm going in the history books. All the rednecks are with me today, and we're all going in together.
You represent all of the rednecks.
That's right. I represent the rednecks, and they're all my people, and I love them all.
All the white trash,
all the
rednecks,
white trash, trailer park hoes,
all the trailer park
all
hoes,
of them.
All the people that have been discriminated
even the ones
against.
in little campers on people's property.
All the people that live in single wides that have been discriminated against.
That's right.
All the orphans that never made it.
Yeah, poor people get love too. Diaco's going to have to buy his way up there.
Gene,
can he bring it home, Bubba, to show Sarah?
No. Gene, come on, Gene, you can take that belt and officially put it over your shoulder because, Lummy, mark it down. Gene Lasker is now the recipient of the Bubba Army World Championship belt, which denotes that you are... Which that belt represents you are the most important...
I put in half the time of Diaco, and I got the belt.
This belt denotes that you are the most talented person
at the moment
currently on the show. Look at that, Gene. Fits nice, doesn't it, buddy?
Nice.
But why can't he show Sarah?
Well, Sarah can see it right now.
She's seen it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
She don't miss it.
Who's twerking cost her dream job.
I didn't think
before 9 o'clock. Damn near before 7 o'clock, he nailed 1,000.
Yeah.
And before 9 o'clock, he nailed 1,800. And it's hard telling where this could go. He might set all-time thumbing records, Lummy, that will never be broken.
2000's next.
Which means the belt will never be taken from him.
Does that also mean that we should have Gene?
God, really?
I mean,
Wow.
The only way somebody's going to take that belt right now is to beat your number.
Woo-hoo. Oh, wow.
Now, what's that, Kushner?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, with all this Gene love, I mean, it really only makes sense to have him on the show more than one day a week now.
He can be on the show.
I know he's got a business and he's
I can't afford it.
He really can't.
I know.
Hey, listen, there's an open
I want to tell you
invitation.
something. I only make Fridays because of Sarah. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't make it. She don't help me get here. I can't.
As far as getting you up, getting you ready.
Taking care of my shop in the morning early. Transferring the phone to her and
you forward the phones to her.
Yeah, she takes care of that.
So she takes care of that.
And I write her a list, on things to tell the guys in the morning, and if they got any problems, to call her and she, with the list.
If it wasn't for your wife, you couldn't be here.
And then she gets me up. She helps dresses me.
Right, because you got a bum knee.
Yeah.
That being so happy can turn into something like this.
Nell Diallo was having a great time dancing and twerking.
Hell yeah.
In the aisle on an empty plane.
Empty plane. Who the hell is she hurting? She's hurting nobody.
For an early morning flight.
No, I just
and really, I mean,
she's just happy to be there.
And really, her twerking isn't.
And she didn't twerk like some of them black girls do.
She didn't pull her skirt up, and her big nice juicy ass hanging out. No, her skirt covered her butt.
Decided to just take advantage of the moment to wake myself up and kind of get myself hyped up for my day, basically.
She posted the video on TikTok along with the caption, "What's wrong with a little twerk before work?" But after the video went viral, she says Alaska Airlines fired her.
And I gotta tell you, man. I mean, by twerking, even if you own Alaskan Airlines, that's not the message you want to, portray. That's not what you want people to see. It's not a bad, over the top showing anything.
No, she wasn't acting like a pig.
No, she wasn't. There you go. She wasn't acting like a pig. She was just dancing like a black girl. That's it. What's wrong with that?
That's yeah.
What did they say to you? They just said that I broke their social media policy.
Nell had only been on the job for 6 months. She says she was twerking to celebrate the end
now we got
of her
social
probation.
Media. What?
Now you got big corporations that are seeing what their employees are posting on social media, and if they feel it makes them look at like it in bad light.
Gene's done with the belt.
Gene's done. Hold on. Is he already done with it? Let me tell you something. This belt's a little heavy.
We're on TV. Everybody got to see it. We don't need to hang off me. The thing weighs like 80 pounds.
Bubba, we need a smaller version of that thing.
But Gene, here's the deal. Here's
make a phony one for us to hang on to.
Gene,
real one to hang on the wall.
Here's the rule. I'm going to allow you because I know you're older and you got bad shoulders.
No, I don't got bad shoulders. I don't want to wear it. Okay. You're not going to make me wear it.
Gene, you're the only person that's ever got the belt and then didn't want to wear it.
Well, that's
not true.
It's my belt, though.
I have
we know
the 15th person who sat got it and gave it back in 30 minutes because it was too heavy.
So Gene,
see, Gene, we're so alike.
Yeah, man.
You guys really are alike. When Gene comes in next Friday and he's trading Clayton Cartland's
I'm trading NASCAR cards with him next Friday.
Clayton Clark cards, I quit.
I'll give Gene a Caitlin Clark.
Goes, let me tell you something, Seth. I pulled a Caitlin Clark autograph last night on a Beckett Prism pack.
Okay, well, you know what? Gene's going to love it when I get a bunch of cards to give Coben, when I find out what he's into. He's going to love that.
All right, Gene, so we have to establish you have to have some rules because you have to respect the belt. So, so here's the deal. I don't want you to disrespect the belt. So anytime you're on the air, for the first 30 minutes of your appearance, you have to have the belt. After the 30-minute mark, after our first break, our first commercial break, you can put it back in its holder.
All right, well, I just had it on for 10 minutes, but I had it on for 20 minutes illegally, so
I know,
pretty much the same.
Exactly. So what I'm saying, are you okay by those rules?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. And now, Gene, the other thing is, if I have to remind you to go grab that belt and put it on, then you lose the belt.
Oh, okay.
So, you might want to.
I don't have to wear it.
Well, so you might want to tell Lummy, hey, let me tell you something. Don't let me ever forget to get that belt.
You can't take my thumbs away, though. Now, can you?
No, I can't. I can't take that away, Gene.
That's right.
The only way I don't even want to take the belt away from you. I'm saying.
Yeah, you are. You're trying to get me to waste 30 minutes. I see how you're doing it.
I've done this before with others. I make most people carry it through the entire show. I love you, and I want you to have the belt. So asking you to hold it for 30 minutes on a 4-hour program, I think you should be able to handle.
No problem.
You're a grown man. Okay? You're a grown man.
Almost.
You're a grown man who is...
You don't have to take this, Gene.
So, yes, he does have to take
He
it.
doesn't have to take this.
Yes,
He's the
he
champ.
does.
He's the
You
power.
got to take some of it.
He's the
You
power
got-
coding champ.
Right, I know, but you
But
got to take
he
some.
just can't roll in here and he
No.
can't roll in here and get it his way. Like, come on now.
Back in the day, I wouldn't have made it this far.
Yeah,
he would have walked out.
No, he would have been fired.
I'd have been out. I'd
2
been
months
fired.
ago.
I'd been thrown out.
2 months ago, thrown out.
He'd have jumped up there with that paintball gun and popped me about 6 times in the chest, and I'd have been mad and
Right,
left.
exactly. So we got a new understanding, and Gene knows that we got to give and take a little bit, and that's not unreasonable.
No, it's not unreasonable at all.
Lummy, if I were you,
Yes, sir.
I would if you see him and we're getting ready to start the
Oh,
show.
so if I was you, I would tell on him. Lummi.
No,
That's
I'm
what
trying
he's
to help.
say.
I'm trying to help you.
You are such
Oh,
an
you're trying-
asshole.
Oh, okay.
You don't know what
I
I'm going to
remind
say.
you.
No,
you know
I
I was
evidently
gonna,
didn't.
Do you know what I was going to say?
I knew what
Lummy,
you were
if
saying.
you're really a good friend, if you see I'm fixing to go on the air and he doesn't have it on his
Remind me?
then you go.
Okay.
You go like, get that on.
I do the same for Dan, Dr. Dan.
I do the same for Dan. Dan don't do it either.
And what are you looking at me all sideways
With all due
for?
respect, I think that you should treat Gene a lot nicer than you are right now. He is the champ. He brought in 8.1 thousand likes, or 1.8 thousand likes. He saved you when you were destitute and homeless. I think that the guy is brilliant, and he's doing so much for the show, and we should be heaping praise upon him.
We are. That's why he's got the belt. And asking him to have it on for the first 30 minutes of the show is nothing, especially when I make everybody else, including Dan Diaco, wear it for the whole damn
Okay, well,
show.
what's going to happen on Monday when Dan Diaco comes in and puts the belt on?
I'm
gonna have to remind Dr.
First
Dan
of
that
all,
he's not the champion
first of all,
anymore.
I will be here on Monday, and I'll say, Dan, the
Sorry
belt's,
about your luck.
The belt's not yours; it's Gene's.
Jeez.
So the only thing you got to worry about, Lummy, is on,
the roof and
on
Lasker.
Tuesday when Lasker rolls in here that
That your Ferrari broke down too.
No. So Gene,
That's a lot of problems you got, Dan.
Gene, there's also something we have to talk about.
Oh, I already know
Can you
too.
display the belt at least in the camera?
No.
Okay.
Listen. So Lummy at Tuesday, make
Yeah.
sure he's got the belt. Go give him a belt.
Yes.
But Gene, because you're a more worldly, understanding person, and Dan's here 2 days and you're here 1, would you have a problem with going over to the next microphone?
Oh no, I don't got a problem with that.
Okay, because
Wait.
that's been a problem before
That
with
has
you.
been a problem before.
What about this?
Well, yeah, it was a problem.
I
It
know.
was a
I was
real
here.
problem.
Yeah.
This whole place was situated it run the same way every day. Okay, and the chair meant something, and you moved as you was good. Okay, you're gonna tell me that we brought a broad upon us and stuck her in the chair. And
brought upon us.
and she's going to take the main chair of the guys on the backside that work hard to get to that chair? No, that wasn't working out.
That was
for
some
me.
DEI crap, wasn't it?
And Gene, quite frankly, now that I reflect upon it,
Yeah, that's what
you-
it was.
you-
The
you-
DEI.
hold
See,
on.
you were part Democrat for a while there. Now, wasn't you?
Yep.
I mean,
I'm
I'm just
glad
telling
you turned your ways around.
I'm just telling you, Gene. Upon reflection of that moment, you were right. You were right.
And I told you what she was doing, and she just did what she did. And
We got all that, Gene. we
Okay,
don't
I know.
we don't
We're
got to go
not gonna
through
go
that.
back to
But
it.
what I'm saying is,
But I'm looking over that chair, and I can remember her standing there with her feet up and leaving trails across the bottom of that seat. You know what? She's a pig. You know what? It was just devastating to the show. You know what I'm saying?
it's devastating to you too, Gene.
It was just.
Gene said, let me tell you
And she wanted to
something.
look at me like, "Oh, you didn't get any. You're grouchy." And I went like, "You know what? She ain't nothing compared to my wife."
What was she leaving on the chair?
Well, anyway, Gene, so all I got to say is, Gene, you're a very reasonable man. You know that, having you move over one mic position has nothing to do with pecking order and importance.
No,
It's just
and
straight. It's just that's just where you got to go for that particular day. And you respect Dan. And
Wait,
it's
Bubba,
not,
can I
it's
offer
not,
something?
It's not the same scenario
No,
as
it ain't the
was,
same scenario.
as it was back then.
Can I offer something?
Yes, Seth.
I would like to offer this seat right here to Gene on Tuesday.
There you go.
Merchant.
There you go.
I don't want to do that to Dan.
Gene still got man law.
Right.
So Gene will go sit in that other mic, and he'll be cool with it.
Okay, I just wanted to
Because
accept
guess
the
what?
offer for my
Gene's
buddy.
got the hardware on his shoulder, buddy.
That's right, and I want to be right next to him.
Yeah, he wants to see you. In fact, Gene,
I'm going to hand him a rag and make him polish it.
Hey, how about this? Hey, Doc, I see some
I know you ain't
fingerprints.
cleaned your own cars there, bro, but you're going to clean my belt.
I know you see some fingerprints on there. Might be
Yeah,
a few
but maybe some of your old fingerprints
of
have
your
been on
slick
here.
Italian fingerprints.
He's going through a lot, Gene. He's got like a $600,000 roof that they're not going to give him money for, and
his car's got wet and it's corroded, and they're not going to fix it.
Hello, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, good morning, Bubba. It's Swizzy.
It's Wizzy?
Yeah, I wanted to call and say good morning. You were besmirching my good name to one fine Gene last.
No,
I wanted to clear that up.
I was
absolutely
absolutely
not.
never besmirching your great name. I only said that one of the reasons why you may not be able to make it to some gatherings is you have really dialed yourself in lately. You look like $1 million. I've seen some of your pictures, and you probably got guys crawling all over you, and those
taking up your time.
And those guys probably don't want you hanging out with us.
No, I have a boyfriend. He doesn't care if I hang out with you guys, and I wouldn't do that. My dad's in town, and family is important, so that's why I'm not there.
I understand that, but moving forward, I can see where, potentially you might not make some things because
that just ain't good radio talk. Well, dad's in town. It's better off when you have 19 boyfriends and you.
Hold on, Lasker goes.
We're doing radio stuff
Let me tell
here.
you something, Wizzy.
You've been with us a long time.
Wizzy, it's better to have 19 boyfriends all trying to get some of that than having your dad in town.
Well, you know what? She was
one of the original OGs.
But back in the day, I quit radio. I quit you because of her.
Why?
Because she called in and you was going to be off on a Friday and you were going to do the best of, and she called in and says, "Why don't you get Lasker to do the show?"
Oh yeah, I remember
and
that,
you. Laughed at me and said I wasn't really worth it, and I wasn't this, and I wasn't that, and he can't run the show, and he,
So Wizzy believed in you. I took a shiz on you.
And but she did it at what got to my heart, and that's why I walked. Is because she did it on a Bubba. On the presidential thing that we did.
State of the Bubba.
State of the Bubba, and you're not to lie. And we were all when we wrote them rules, we were not to lie.
Right.
It was not it was radio straight up. If you didn't want to answer it, then you didn't answer it.
Right.
And then people can think whatever. You degraded me. Not degraded me, but you said Lasker is nothing without me. If I don't throw him a softball, he doesn't know how to hit the ball. So he can't play the game without me. He ain't nothing. And I went like, what?
And so you'll never ever forgive her standing up for you.
You were like, I was going like, can't you realize that you taught me all of this to the point where I'm pretty good at it and I'm having a good time with it, and you're the boss and I'm the student, but you didn't want to hand it off to the student to do good.
All right,
seemed like so. That's when I walked.
Wizzy saw your talent before.
Yes, she did.
Before anybody.
Yes,
did.
she did.
And Wizzy got the Bubba State of the Union canceled after that too. We never did another one.
But by the way,
because he ruined it.
No, hold on, Wizzy. We need to get with you to host like a State of the Bubba or of the members of the round table or something like that. That would be great programming hosted by you. You pick 4 to 6 people to come in here, and that would be a good show. We should do that one of these days.
But we did so many shady things
like
back
in things.
Back in the day, we did so many shady things. No one knew whether it was the truth or not.
Yeah, well.
So then, that's why we.
I'll tell you what's not shady is how good she's looking and how many guys she's got after her. So
she said she got a boyfriend.
Well, she's probably got a boyfriend and then 6 others that are sniffing around the buckle brush, probably.
Taking our time.
Well, listen.
Well, thank you for thinking I look good enough to do that. So I'll just take that as a compliment.
Wizzy, but let's keep in touch and see if we can do a one-off like that one of these days.
All right, I love Gene Lasker, and I didn't want him to think I was blowing you off just to chase some tail. So
we know
chase some tail.
You taking my call.
Is that what girls say?
I don't think all girls say that, but I think Wizzy chases tail. I mean, maybe she's got that little forward.
She has.
Oomph.
She ain't.
I think she's got that little forward oomph.
No,
where
she's in the age group now where she's got guys that are, much younger coming after her, much older, everything in between. So there's a lot that I think she has to sift through.
She's got a buffet of men.
Oh, from all over, yeah.
Right.
Period.
Why did you decide to post the video?
And I was really proud of myself that I came so far.
And here's the deal. If it was more than this and dirtier than this, then right here.
Why did you decide to post the video?
And I was really proud of myself.
Right there is as dirty as it gets. You can see.
That's not dirty.
Her skirt doesn't ride up.
No.
Can't see her panties. It's dark, like it's kind of a dark environment. And this is
don't
all
even make you look at her.
I came so far. I just didn't think that my video and my post and the way I was dancing would be.
No, see, I mean, it would matter had you did that in front of passengers, but there was clearly nobody on the plane. I don't have a problem with her doing that, and I think Alaska Airlines should rehire her.
Deemed as inappropriate.
Yes, Gene, you do have it made because you have a woman that doesn't have to act that way.
Well, yeah, I got a woman that doesn't have to act that way at all. But
and neither
I
does
got
mine.
a woman that if she gains a lot of weight, she's going to look like that.
I don't know what that means, Gene.
Well, because mine's tiny, but if she added some weight, she'd still be hot as hell.
So you're saying she'd be sexy thick?
Yeah.
And do you like sexy thick?
I think so.
So how did you feel in that meeting when they told you lost your job?
I put on such a proud face every time I stepped on that plane, and for them to terminate.
Lummy, if I'm a Spirit or one of these fledgling airlines, that need a shot in the arm, I'm taking Alaska Airlines for girl that went viral and making her a flight attendant.
That's right.
Me without giving me a chance. It just was unfair.
And again, if it was dirtier than that, I could see where it could be a problem.
Whatever happened to the how you doing on this flight? It's coffee, tea,
Gene,
or me.
Gene, well, hold on.
Whatever happened to that?
How you doing on this plane? It's coffee, tea, or me. Gene, I think you've been reading too many Fabio novels.
No, those were the days when you could smoke on the plane, Bubba.
Right.
That's when it was, yeah. You'd bang them.
Alaska Airlines has a policy about posting.
But most companies do. I mean,
everybody's got a policy.
Well, now they have to, probably, because
Buffalo Avenue Powder Coating's got a policy about posting stuff up.
Yeah, post anything you want, good or bad.
It's not really what you did. It's
I got bad postings about me, and I leave them on there. I got people pay. You just pay this much money. We'll take that off the bad things off. No,
you mean talk about your Yelp reviews and things like that?
Yeah. I went to Alaska Powder Coating for a refund and came back with a black eye. I like that.
I went to Alaska Powder Coating for a refund, and I came back with a black eye. Then Gene's got some company that says for $12 we'll remove that, and Gene goes, "No, I wanted to stay on there for people." And you know what? I guess
he said that the owner had clown eyes.
Well, that's because you were in a powder coating booth.
Yeah.
Now, what am I getting ready to see here? This is actually the thumbnail of the day.
Yes.
SpaceX Starship. Is it making like a re-entry into the atmosphere? And is it supposed to be one of those kind that like lands on it's like upright on a specific?
You're supposed to, yeah.
And this you don't see a lot of this. Usually you see them work perfectly where it kind of goes up parallel and then goes and then lands straight, right?
Did you see the footage I IM'd you of it going over the Bahamas?
No, but I'll go to it after this.
Instead, it exploded.
So this is it, and it's supposed to come and just land. That's all I got, right there.
Well, it's taken off, right?
Yeah, but Seth's one is I think it's at night, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It looks really cool.
Well, see, now they probably realize that the rocket coming back down can only do it like 2 or 3 times before the body of it disintegrates.
I think it was the 8th trip.
Oh, see there. They know not to go 8 no more.
Can you get it to me? Because my Seth's trillion isn't coming up right now.
Yeah, let's see if this one. I think this is the same one.
All right, let me do words and I'll come back with it, okay? Because we're running late.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Or said yours was like 39 seconds, wasn't it?
What's that?
I sent it to you. Yours was like 39 seconds.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it's I think it was.
Boy, the Trillion, man, really letting us down.
Hey, listen, you got it. I got it. Trillion. Yeah, that's what was happening with me. It was something you send like sometimes like links would go through some way.
Yeah.
So what do we do? Outlaw the garbage cans?
No, I'm bringing it in, Gene, just for you, buddy.
Lummy.
Get another one. Yes, sir.
Is Seth Trillion in it to me, or
I sent it to you.
Sent it to you.
Okay, all right.
I sent you the link.
I could Trillion again.
No, I think he got it for me.
What's up, Thomas? Yeah, that was a quick explosion yesterday. But I read Elon only gets $38 billion from the government for this, so.
Do the sharp stuff.
Musk steals! Musk steals! Just kidding, everybody. I love Elon. What a guy.
Well, if I had one of the remote control Skags, I'd put me a bumper hitch on the back and hook it to a little barrel, and so we could ride in it. You put the kids in it and send them up the hill and turn.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Gene, until that fucking hitch breaks and that thing goes back there and runs over the kids.
Thank you, Sunny Days.
Lummy, we just hit 1.9.
There we go. 923.
Anytime we're not talking about politics, I'll be engaged. Or anything that has to do with fast cars. Anything else, man, I'm locked in.
Yeah, except on my NASCAR cards that I got some, you know when they take a card and they make it into gold?
Yeah.
I got some of them in plastic, some signed. Old school ones from back in the day when NASCAR first started too.
I'd like to take a look at those. Then I'll start looking at some research this weekend for some of the older NASCAR cards to see what the most valuable are. But if you got some of the older stuff, then I'd imagine that's where the value is going to be.
Seth will put it on the store to sell it.
Well, whatever
you want one, man, because they're just sitting there. I'm afraid they got dusty too. So. But there's so many in a box that all the dust is only going to be on the top.
I got some card cleaner. You don't even worry about that. We're going to get you some money. Drastic, I buy, it depends. Sometimes I can buy a hobby pack, if I want to do that. I've gotten lucky. Sometimes I buy the box, depending if I really like the product. But I kind of buy the smaller versions of boxes that are like at Target and Walmart for like $30, $35. And not the hobby boxes, which are, $200, $300, $400. But if I had the money today, Topps Finest Football's out, $250. I might get that. Not for me.
What would be the big catch in that one?
A Jaden Daniels auto or Caleb Williams auto.
How about a Shador?
Shador only has stuff in Bowman College right now. But his autographs are, high up.
So Babyface does that card stuff too?
Hey, Tina.
No.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he got into it. He's big into it.
Oh, really?
Because he's got more money, so he can buy.
Got money to buy it. Well, yeah. So if I happen to be, at a yard sale and I see baseball cards, buy them.
Yeah, I mean, shit. Yeah. Hit me up
for $1. Whole box.
Let me know.
Stuff like that. That's how I got these cards. Some of them, I got these cards from when I go to yard sales. I like going to yard sales.
Yeah, that's where a lot of people have found some real good shit. Xerxes, I got nothing with Drake, man. I think they need to get a little help for him, and I'm still defending my boy Caleb Williams over here. I gotta defend him, like I gotta defend Winterfell, But I think all those quarterbacks are going to be good. I don't think one guy is going to be bad. Not saying they're all going to be elite, but I think they're all going to work out.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I don't know if we can hit. I don't know if 2K is obtainable or not, but my lord, that would be shattering the record. The Redneck Mafia. The Gene Laskerites, Laskermania Redneck Mafia is at 1.9 right now. Now I don't know if that's 1906 or 1976.
It's only 927.
I know. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. I'm thinking you could probably hit 2 G's, which is just absolutely unheard of.
$20.
You already. And by the way, I got
gotta thank my peeps.
Chris Larios at 50 full Lasker effect, and Felix Barhalas.
I know
Lasker
all my
is the
boys from
man.
Sunbelt are voting.
24 bucks for Felix.
Mike Thurman, $50. Cute matching salmon tops for Gina Lummy.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. At the Bubba Army, and we also have the Bubba Army. Is it the Bubba?
It's BubbaArmyTips.com.
BubbaArmyTips.com. That developed by the great Patrick Melton, and that we get a 90-10 split on that, and it goes immediately into our account. So thank you,
same day,
very much for that. 813-90 Bubba. I'm trying to now leave the phone lines open a little more often, or I should say every day, because you never know when you get like remember the crazy bitch that I put in prison for 3 years, Crazy Jen?
Yes.
Or,
she's about ready to get out.
No, she's out. She's out.
She never crazy you no more?
Oh, she called in.
No, she called in and was like, I did 3 years in prison because of you. Because she was beating her kid live on the air. And the Fort Myers Police Department got involved in everything. They called me up and wanted
She put herself in jail.
Well, yeah. So she was on the phone. It was back in the Bubba 98.7 days.
I remember.
And she was live on the air with me.
Yeah.
And her kid would be like, Mom, and she would start wailing on him. And we're like, ma'am, stop, please. So, and I guess she did 3 years or whatever. She's out of jail now.
Probably smartened up.
Now, this is SpaceX. This is Elon Musk's SpaceX. And I'm assuming this is one of those rocket fuselage, one of those rocket engine deals. The way that SpaceX works is they have a rocket and they got the 2 engine deals on them, and they blow it up into space, and then the capsule continues to go on in space. With little propulsion, because it doesn't need much to get where it's going, because space has no gravity.
Atmosphere.
And then the 2 rocket, fuel cells come back to Earth and land like on a barge right there in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, I think they were testing this for Mars, for their Mars mission.
So they were testing, and one of those rocket modules that are supposed to come back blew up over the Bahamas, correct?
Yeah, this is what it looked like from the Bahamas.
Wow, it's cool.
Yeah, it is. Man, if you were high.
Racing asteroids.
If you were high, you're like, oh, man, what am I watching right now?
The world's coming to an end.
I mean, I think you're pretty safe as long as it's continuing to go by you.
Yeah, as long as it's going vertical.
Now, if it starts going down,
then you might have trouble.
You might want to jump in the water.
What does that matter?
Do they do these so if they blow up, it's over the water?
I think so. I think they strategically make, like, if anything would go.
Most of the ending towards the water before it hits the land.
Well, I think all the barges that they put are all way, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles out into water.
Yeah.
So, if it is a screw up, it's over water.
I don't think they knew how long that the body of the rocket could last with all the pressure that it receives. So when I was talking to him, this was his 8th movement of that rocket, and it didn't make it.
So they might say, "Hey, listen,
5 or 6 only.
We might want to
Back it down to 5.
These fuel capsules might only need 6 launches.
That's it.
Because they start getting weak.
8 blows up.
At 8 blows up. 7, you're probably okay. 6, definitely we're okay.
Exactly.
So after
Making
your
money.
6th launch, you get put back to the shop and they rebuild you.
Yeah, or if they can't rebuild it because it's the outside body, they sell it for,
Well, I'm sure some of the internal parts and stuff they might be able to reuse.
Yeah, they could take, but this is probably
as far
the whole
as
body
they all
exploded.
they need all new chassis, framework. Boy, Gene, how would you like to get a NASA powder coating deal?
Dude, I got too much deals
You
right
wouldn't
now.
tell
I can't do
you
that.
wouldn't tell NASA no when they would be like, what would cost?
Listen, I got
$80?
NASA, but it's really not NASA. I got the cornies. And listen, I'm fixing it. I have to go on
Hold
Sunday.
on, you got the carnies.
Yeah,
you
man.
mean like your powder
60-foot Ferris wheel. I had to do that one.
How do you do that?
Well, we had to build a special cart to hold 2 30-foot strands each, and then you had to do 4 of them a day, so you can do. I guess there was 36 of them to make and then all the seats. Each one of them seats I could do I think a rack took 4, so I could do 8 at a time.
Gene, how do you even what's that job cost?
That job was
$5,000?
60 grand.
How much?
60 grand I charged for it. And I got paid in cash.
60
grand to do that Ferris wheel. You rode it at the fair. It's the biggest Ferris wheel that I did it.
Did you
that was the Ferris wheel that was
hold on. So when a guy that's putting together a Ferris wheel in Gibson,
Mulligan. Mulligan's build the Ferris wheels.
All right, so it's Mulligan,
right?
The old racer.
It's right around 32,000 for him because his was a little smaller.
All right, so how do you even give a guy an estimate?
Well,
now do you be like okay, I can get X amount of parts in my oven and it takes X amount of time to bake them.
Exactly.
And then so
how much can I put in at a time? How much time do I want to have on getting it ready,
prepping,
on the prepping work? And
so you got to figure in
how much time it's going to take me to move the stuff around on the property
do they all got to be sandblasted?
Most things that are metal, all aluminum doesn't get sandblasted, but some aluminum has to be sandblasted.
So you got to figure all that in there.
The etch on the metal is everything to powder coat because then it grabs on and it's bulletproof.
Right, because powder coating works better on a little bit of a porous material than a real.
Because it's got a grip.
Right. So do you got to figure in how many pieces there are?
Yep.
How long that
the prep work?
How many pieces you can get in your oven?
Whether it's acid, sanding, DAing, or sandblasting,
Let me did I say 1.9 million? Let me. Did I say that we might hit 2?
Well, yeah, 1.9.
Gene Lasker, the new championship belt holder. Dan, this is probably a sad Friday for Gene Lasker. Gene Lasker comes in here and just whips ass.
I was the hurricane that got his roof.
I had 7:04 and 20 seconds to 1,000, and then what did you have?
9:25 and 32 seconds is what I wrote down for the 1900.
1900. Wow. There's Gene Lasker. You may live in infamy. I don't know if that record's breakable by our modern day numbers. I just don't think it is. The Lasker, the Lasker mania. Laskerites came through. Yes, you're on the air, live on the air. Go ahead.
Let's make it a clean 2000.
813-90 Bubba.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Yep. Hi there. I was in Braden yesterday, and I saw it from my backyard.
Now, what time at night did this happen?
No one called me and told me it was happening.
Yeah, it was around, I believe, 6:30. The sunlight was still up.
Oh,
wow. I saw the plume of smoke. And I saw it looked like a shooting star, but I only saw one, not like the pictures that you see online. A bunch of them.
Yeah, what we're seeing is from the Bahamas, and it looked like a meteorite shower. It's unbelievable.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it scared the crap out of me. I was having a drink and a smoke, and I'm yelling for my wife and my kids. I'm like, "Come out here!
Why
come out
did
here!"
it scare you if it's way over there?
Yeah, it's not going to hit Brandon, buddy.
So it was weird because it was coming from west to east.
But do you think that was the first bomb that Russia was sending to us?
Yeah, and you're high. And you're high.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Donnie Jr., $20. We need Oscar every day.
If you look up now, you will see SpaceX.
So the Democrats are laughing at this.
Yeah, they probably are.
Yeah.
There's a lot of boobs.
As they should.
I think Musk gets more money when this stuff happens.
Gene Lasker, $25 donation. Lorraine Byrne. How about that? Gene Lasker brings all the chicks to the yard. A PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Boy, that's a nice plane.
Delta Airlines bets on the new blended wing flight to reduce emissions. The airline will help startup Zero Design and test the blended wing body demonstrator by 2027. Delta Airlines is backing a startup that wants to design more fuel-efficient blended wing body aircraft in hopes of reducing the carbon footprint and making air travel more sustainable. The airline said today that it would help support the development of the startup Jet Zero blended wing body BWB demonstrator aircraft that aims to cut fuel consumption, emissions, and noise. Delta isn't providing any capital investment in the company, but would rather operational support to help make its dream of the blended wing aircraft a reality. Here is some pictures of what it could potentially look like inside. And then
that's going to be expensive to take that flight.
Well, I mean, remember when they had the Concorde and it could go from here to London in like 2 hours?
We still got that?
No, they decommissioned it because I think it had a wreck.
Oh.
But Lummy, look at that. I mean, I don't know.
That is cool. So the Cessnas, and we didn't invent them.
But I don't know if Americans are open-minded enough to get in an aircraft that's so non-conventional looking. I think we'd all be scared, right?
We're not scared enough to stick a blind guy up in the tower.
What do you mean?
The blind guy working for
the DEI guys.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
I'm not scared of that.
I don't think, Gene, there have been any air traffic fatalities based on a blind guy. I know that we were hiring blind guys.
But you know what I'm saying? You don't got to be blind where you can't see, but blind as far as knowing what you're doing.
No, blind is beautiful.
When you don't want to see nothing.
I'm flying to Washington, D.C. on Tuesday.
Good luck to you.
On Monday, Lummy.
I know.
As we continue our air travel stories, here's a woman that was on Southwest Airlines completely naked, walking down the aisle completely naked.
No, she wasn't.
Wait.
With her hands in the air, too. She didn't cover nothing. Oh, now she's twerking.
No, I don't think she's twerking.
Well, what do you call it?
I think she is twerking. I think she's doing a pole dancing routine.
Yeah, she was.
And she's so nude that they got to completely blur out the entire
body. Yeah, because you can see right there between her legs.
Look, I mean, she is completely nude.
Why?
I don't know what I would do on this other than whip out my phone.
Right.
Seth, I mean, would you tape it?
Yeah.
Be good for the Instagram.
Oh, I would have to because I'd be in fear of getting in trouble from you.
Yeah. I'd have to film it, but I don't think there's anything, physically, I wouldn't do anything to her.
No, not physically. But, I mean, you got to whip out your phone, don't you?
Oh, you have to. I just don't. I wonder how they go about.
I'd have to give her a whoop whoop.
Would you give her $1 in her garter belt?
No, I wouldn't do that. That gets you in trouble. But
I mean, she has got to be high on something. Here's what she's going to get most in trouble for. The fact that if there were any children on that flight, you've now, sexually you've exposed them to, sexual organs, if you will.
Yeah. Mommy, why don't I got one of those?
Well, I don't know about that, but let me just when you think reality couldn't get any better.
Well, Macho wanted me to send this video to you real quick. It was about the airlines.
All right.
What about it? About what happened?
To the new Macho Airlines.
They not like us. 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 They not like us.
So has Spirit, as much as it's the Greyhound of the sky, and as much as we make fun of them, And by the way, some African American gate agent pretty much targeted Erica for her bag being too big.
You can't blame that on the plane.
But Spirit Airlines has never as much as you make fun of Spirit Airlines as being a cut rate Willie, and it is. Whoa. The seats are completely molded. Like the seats, you can't even go back. You can't even hit the button to go back on the seat. The seats don't go back. No, they're locked.
Oh, that's horrible.
On Spirit and Frontier and Allegiant and all those, you don't even have the ability for your seat to recline. It's just it's literally like a molded piece of plastic. They don't have a tray table that comes down in front of you. They got this little thing it's about 2 sizes bigger than your cell phone, and it flips down, and that's your tray table. I guess none of you guys have flown Spirit
I flew Spirit one time to Vegas. Like, I upgraded $100 to the first class, but I guess I couldn't put my seat back either.
No, you couldn't.
Yeah.
It's a little erotic, bro. Like, if we're both in these, at what point do we go from being brothers to lovers?
The Logan brothers, Paul and Jake, are now having a locked-in reality show, as if their whole life hasn't been a reality show.
Are you going to watch it, though?
No.
No?
Absolutely. Are you?
No. Seth?
I don't think anybody is really going to watch this.
Seth, hasn't it been like their whole life has documented, like, been a reality show, right? Like, I know they've both splintered off and they've both done well. One is doing quite well at WWE. The other one thinks he's a boxer.
Right, they all have businesses going on.
Yeah,
like they
drinks and all that
stuff. They have podcasts, but everything is very out in the open. Like there's going to be a lot of contrived, things that happen in here, and I just don't know if, especially from HBO, which people said this used to be a proud network that produced things like The Wire and HBO, and now they're producing the Paul Brothers reality show. But I just don't
Sopranos. Let's not forget this is where the Sopranos was.
Yeah, I just don't think there's a lot of people that are going to sit down to seek this out. Maybe it's a younger age demographic.
Maybe.
But Mike Durman, $20, shrimp on a treadmill.
Shrimp on a treadmill. See, if they didn't have such a large following already,
like if they weren't in the public eye every day,
right, and they hadn't done, one's a very successful, very accomplished, and very high-ranking member of WWE. The other one, owns one of the most successful up-and-coming drinks. Prime.
Yep.
Along with making hundreds of millions of dollars of boxing washed up fighters, and has, tens of millions of followers on YouTube. If all of their life hadn't already been exposed, globally, on streamed, on various platforms, then I would say that people would be interested in this. But we've seen everything. So that leads to what Seth says, and that is everything we're going to see is going to be producer contrived. Hey, Jake, you and Paul get in a pushing match over this one chick. She falls into the pool. Then she gets mad at you two, and you guys jump in your Ferraris and go to lunch.
Well, HBO used to do like 24/7s where they'd follow, the boxers getting ready for a fight and things like that. If they were following Logan Paul training for WrestleMania and they were following Jake Paul, for his next fight, I would be interested in that. But them just jerking around doing, stunts and make like everything's worse than it is again, I just don't think it's something that that the world needs.
Agreed.
Just saying, people loved the Menendez Brothers show. Oh, shut the yeah. This is America. Yeah. The currency isn't being liked. The currency is attention. What can you do with attention? The answer is anything.
Wait a minute. And again, see, they're showing footage of stuff, really, really important stuff. WrestleManias, major boxing promotions that we've already seen already. So, like, it almost feels like you're exposing something that's already overexposed.
The only thing to
if
me
that
is,
makes sense.
The only thing to me is I would love to see Logan Paul, as far as, how he did, like a wrestling show, as far as, when he goes in, because he's just a part-timer.
Like the hotel he stays in and then the ride over to the arena.
Well, just him training and then him interacting with some of that. Like, I would watch a show like that, but I just, again, I don't watch TV, but I'm the worst person to ask.
It looks like
it's exposure to the already overexposed.
It looks like they're adding their family.
Oh, okay.
The reality show features the Paul's extended family.
Now you're bringing your brothers and your mom and dad
Mom,
involved.
dad,
Great.
dad's fiance, Jake's girlfriend.
You can get your family
It'll
paid.
get realer that way.
When we come back, now let me. I don't know anything about this, but I think Seth does. And Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
Was he the number one guy that was drafted by Pittsburgh a few years ago, number one overall, something like that?
Yeah, and then he just completely dominated last season, his rookie year.
Right. And he now has a baseball card that's coming out, and it's a 1 of 1.
Yeah, it's been out. Somebody pulled it. Remember we talked about it, Bubba? It was a kid that pulled it, and then the Pirates offered him, a couple of jerseys and tickets for the Pirates for 30 years, and he rejected their offer. So he sold it to an auction house, and it went up to $220,000 in the first day of bidding.
The Pirates will pay
Why?
Now his salary this year is only going to his salary this year is only going to be $800,000.
Yeah.
And the first day of bidding on his 1 of 1 autographed MLB card debut is $220,000.
It's gonna keep going up, Gene. Too. It's not even gonna stop at $220,000.
He got a good signing bonus.
What was his record? What was his record last year?
The Pittsburgh Pirates?
Yeah.
Sucky.
No, his.
Oh.
Was he good? Did he dominate?
He was rookie of the year. Dominated. He was 11-3 with a 1.96 ERA.
When we return and say goodbye, I don't know, will Gene hit 2 Gs? Will Gene hit 2 Gs? He's got 12 minutes to do it. Will Gene hit 2 Gs?
Come on, peeps.
And
couple more thumbs up.
Canada says, hey, you want to throw tariffs on us? We're going to throw tariffs on you, and we're going to start with taking all of Jack Daniels off of the shelves of every Canadian liquor store.
Good.
Okay, so we just go right to North Carolina where they make the moonshine and buy it there.
Well, Jack Daniels
How about
is
that?
Tennessee, but
we'll put Jack Daniels on them little mugs.
Gene's got a solution to this.
We started the alcohol, and they just, gave them free rent, so that's why Jack Daniels went that way. They didn't do nothing for it. They didn't make nothing.
And Donald Trump says we don't need Canadian lumber. We can make our own.
We got plenty of trees.
This seems like a real big tariff pissing match to me.
Let's just take the country.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Cuba while we're at it.
Take it home.
Take Cuba.
I would take Cuba and bring all them Cubans to America, okay, hook them up, and make that a jail. One jail for the whole country.
We'll ask Gene's
You might as well go put it in Puerto Rico then.
immigration.
Puerto Rico ain't hooked to Cuba.
I know. Cuba's nicer than Puerto Rico.
Yeah, but Cuba's so isolated out there, they're never going to get away.
90 miles away from us.
Right.
Puerto Rico's really far away from us. They can swim to us.
Yeah, but Puerto Rico's not as big as Cuba. We can make a really, really good prison system there and make things, put machinery stuff in, make things for free.
Oh, you mean how the prisoners are slaves?
Yes.
Kind of like the British did in Australia?
That's right.
Made Australia prisoners? Prison? There you go. Gene for president.
Gene, hit 2K. Lummy.
Hit it?
2K. 2K at 9:50:30.
Woo!
9:50, 30 seconds.
Can I read an email real quick during Hot Mic we just got?
Yeah.
Your radio show's a total waste of time. Nothing learned, nothing wise, nothing military. Hours of laughing at Denise Young. Premeditated murder plots. Criminals. Thoughts. No solutions. Cowards. I can see why people will sue you. I will sue if I had the time. You may be on God, King Jesus Christ, math drops death list, inciting the audience and doing nothing for Denise. But disrespect. Your show sounds like rednecks, only laughing at violence.
Internet Friday 2000.
Your show's the type that will be on the dark web laughing as kidnappers torture victims. God, King Jesus spoke to Gladians in 6'7". Will Jesus be wrong? And I wrote her back and I said, Jesus hates you.
Oh, was it a woman?
Hey, what an answer. What an answer. That's bottom line.
Is that good right there? That's good, right? That's good.
I think
Bottom
I
line.
would say,
Get off my shit,
I
bitch.
think I found the one person that Jesus hates. You.
2K.
At the end of all of this, all I gotta say
2K.
is, I love
By
you, Jesus, and I'm all cleaned up.
9:50:32.
All I gotta do is apologize at the end, and I go to heaven.
That's right.
Right before you die,
That's it. Just gotta say it out loud one time.
I'm sorry. I believe you died for my sins. Now can you forgive me for shooting that guy in the face?
Well, if you can't get forgiven for that, then there's no...
And a
there's
bunch of other stuff. I did some other stuff I don't want to quite talk about. I don't know if I have enough breath to tell you how much I did, but I did some
I've done way more good in my life than I have bad.
I would agree.
I've saved some people's lives.
I would agree.
And,
I've done more good than bad, Jesus.
Right.
So take me to wherever you want to take me. Just like Gene in the race shop when Dale Sr. died. He had a Dale Sr. cutout and it had a little bubble on his mouth and said, "Okay, Gene, it's all on you now."
It's all up to you now.
Remember that?
I still got it.
You still got it?
Yes, sir.
It's all on you, Gene.
You got that? Yeah, you're not going to read that email, are you, Bubba, the Canadian email?
What's that?
The guy's not listening anymore because of the Canadian talk?
Is that what you just...
No, that was an email that you got. Remember you said you wanted to read it on the show today?
We'll read it later. Oh, wow. Hey, Mark Jones, you better watch the fuck out, brother. Try it. You're about ready to fixing to piss me off.
What's Mark Jones saying?
After today, can we not spend an hour of the show about thumbing or liking? I think we incorporate it quite nicely into the other context of what we're talking about. And if you're going to be a fucking asshole, I'm going to fucking block you, Mark Jones, you piece of shit. I'll talk about thumbing and liking for fucking 2 hours.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Yeah, that's right. Mark Jones. Go ahead. Say something right now on the YouTube chat. Mark Jones, you piece of shiz. Ugly.
What did he say? It's so bad.
He said, after today, can we not spend an hour talking about thumbing or liking?
We didn't talk about that.
And I said, I think we incorporated thumbing and liking nicely with the other content that we spoke about today. I could give you 6, 7, 8, 9 other topics that we talk about today.
I mean, I brought it up a lot because there's a little contest going on amongst us, but it's amongst us, so
there's 2,000 people that don't agree with you, Mark Jones.
Evidently.
And if you keep being a dick, I'll just block you. Like literally, I'll block you because I don't care. And Gene, it is kind of amongst our ancillary guests. It's kind of a little thing.
Yeah.
So
there was a guy a couple weeks ago, Bubba, that was complaining about the dirt talk, and I said, send me 10 topics for Monday, and we'll talk about what you sent. And he didn't send anything.
Exactly.
It's crazy. His name was Jonesy, too.
Oh, no. Mention that, Mark Jones.
I don't know.
Go ahead, say
Mark
something.
Jones,
say something right now, Mark Jones. Say something right now. I'm reading chat. There's Stacy. There's Wade Durbin. There's Bubba Big Dent. There's Xerxes. So say something right now, Mark Jones. Just say something. Just say something. So I can maybe just blast your ass into
oblivion.
So I can just lock so that you never have. You know what, Mark Jones? So that you never have to sit through another hour. Make it rain, Machine Bubs. Stop being an ass kissing now.
No, he's not. He's making fun of it.
Oh, is he
is
he making fun of it?
Probably, yeah.
All right, well, let me just block him then. Let me just. You know what? I'll tell you what, Mark Jones. I don't think the show's for you anymore. I think we've outgrown you, and I think you're a dick. And I don't know how the boy. Here we go. I'm gonna see. Boom.
James Kaiser for 25 for Lasker.
Here you go, Mark. We don't have to worry about you anymore.
Oh, I got no one to laugh at now.
Yeah,
that's sad.
Now you don't have anybody to listen to. You can go somewhere else and listen to us, but you're not.
Well, he can still listen to us, but he can't have nothing to say, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It just said when I block people, it says hide user from channel. So I don't know what that means. I mean, does that mean he can't even come on our channel?
He can watch us and listen. He can't chat with us.
Fantastic.
Right, can't chat. All right, see what you did.
He can give a thumbs up though for Gene.
He gave me a thumbs up.
No, don't mention that. That'll piss people off.
Put my dog back on.
No, he can still give a thumbs up, Gene.
It's a wonderful order.
And there's a lot of ugly people right there.
Order.
I mean, truthfully, look at him.
Is pulling American.
Can you find one person that looks?
Why don't you shut up so I can hear it?
It's a wonderful order. It's a beautiful order. This order is pulling American booze off the Liquor Mart shelves.
One liquor store? Joe Ma, $20.
So that is Canada that signed something about taking American liquor off their shelves. Donald Trump comes back with this.
Tremendous tariff on lumber and things as such. And yet we don't need their lumber. We have more lumber than they do. We don't need Canada's lumber. So what I'm doing is I'll be signing an executive order freeing up our forests so that we're allowed to take down trees and make a lot of money and then reharvest trees. Also, we're cutting fire divides. A fire divide is a 50-yard to 70-yard swath where the trees can't, it's long enough so trees don't burn forever until you can get them out. And those trees can be sold and made a lot of money with. So, but we'll be doing that. We don't need trees from Canada. We don't need cars from Canada. We don't need energy from Canada. We don't need anything from Canada. So where we can be self-sustaining, which is in most things. Look, we have more oil and gas than anybody. Our forests are massive forests. We're just not allowed to use them because of the environment.
Now, can't cooler heads prevail and we just say, we got a problem with how you're doing our the type of immigration laws and enforcement that we would like to have you have with us. You're not wanting to participate. Can we sit down and can we come up with a compromise so we're not just doing this stupid tariff stuff back and forth?
Listen, Mr. In the middle of the road guy.
No, I'm not. I think I'm Mr. trying to be sensible here.
Let's not be sensible anymore. Let's be for America. Let's fix the stuff that needs to be fixed. Get independent and let our people get wealth. How about that?
I'm all for that. But it's like a pissing match here, back and forth.
You got to piss and match because you got pissing people that you got to piss off. So piss is involved.
Okay, Gene.
I love you, Sarah.
I got Great.
Just end the show, man. I got the belt. 2,000 hits.
2,000 thumbs up.
Save your coins because you're going to have to buy some.
I'll be back at 10 well, let's call it like 10:25 because Anthony comes on at 10:30, right?
Yes.
So I'll be back on at 10:25 for a little, I'll probably be by myself Unless you want to be with me, Lummy. I think Seth is out of here. It's Friday.
I can. I thought you were going to do like a one-on-one.
No, I'm going to do a one-on-one.
Okay.
I'll do a one-on-one. I don't need anybody.
Then we'll set it up that way.
Fantastic. Do that way, all right?
Yes, sir.
Anthony Cumia, formerly from Opie and Anthony, who just got back to terrestrial radio, courtesy of 77 WABC. Him and I will be speaking.
So you helping him to get back better?
I don't think I have anything to do with it. I think he's done it himself.
Yeah, he's got his Compound Media, his podcast.
Yeah, he's doing fine.
Did he reach out to you? You reached out to him?
We reached out to him to promote the fact that he just got a new terrestrial deal.
Oh, good for him.
Yes. So I'll have him on at 10:30. Have a great weekend. I'll be at the Gator Nationals.
Have fun.
Go Tony Stewart.
Melon Fuel.
Go Tony Stewart. Go all Skag drivers. And go Austin Prock. And go Ronnie Caps. Woo. See you later.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.